Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne e benedetto il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù. Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù. Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù. Gloria al Padre e al Figlio e allo Spirito Santo.
So the conclave is averaged between 2 and 5 days over the last 150 years. But we can see that even today that this exercises a fascination for Catholics and for those beyond the Church. And given the kind of tools that we have for outreach, for social media, for all of the different channels that we can offer these things to people, and people have responded. They see that this conclave, which is deeply, deeply rooted in history, is at the same time something that can draw people and show people the durability and the beauty of the Catholic Church.
Thank you, Devin. Thank you, Don, for a brief overview of a really fascinating history of 2,000 years of determining who is going to lead the Church of Jesus Christ as the successor of St. Peter. Perhaps now might be a good time to talk a little bit about the process as it currently stands. Devin, how do we go through the process of electing a pope?
Yeah, so Joan has seen more of these than most of us, and so maybe she could tell us a little bit about how about kind of the average of how many ballots it takes.
Well, this is a fascinating study, and it covers like from 1903 to today. We have, on average, the Pope is elected on the third day after about 8 ballots. Now, we had 3 popes, Pius XII, John Paul I, and Benedict, who were elected on the second day. And the shortest number of ballots ever was Pius XII. That was 3 ballots. But the longest day was 5 days, as you mentioned. So Francis, of course, was 2 days and 5 ballots. So not really terribly lengthy. We don't have any Viterbo times in there, thank the Lord.
And what about could you tell us a little bit about the process of the election, how they cast ballots?
Once the cardinals have entered into the Sistine Chapel and are locked therein, and only exit to go back, the cardinals residing, of course, now at the 2 Santa Marta residences, they are there and pretty much start voting right away when they get into there's a document, an amazing document, 1996, by Pope John Paul, called Universi Dominici Egregius. And it outlines absolutely, nothing is overlooked, from the death of a pope to the new pope coming out on the balcony with his name and wearing white. And when they voted yesterday, 1 vote, and today 2 in the morning, and then if we have to proceed on, as you said, what they have is a rectangular sheet of paper. At the top is written in Latin, "I elect as the Supreme Pontiff," and each cardinal then fills out below that the name of the person he wants to see. And what I love is that John Paul it is mentioned that he should write it so it's legible, but the writing should not be recognized as belonging to any particular person, because any one of those cardinals would have signed documents, their signatures would be available. And
that's also why they burn the ballots too, so that there's no record and
exactly.
It was this cardinal voting for this one, and this one got.
And any notes, if some cardinal is sitting there making notes during a vote, a note for himself or whatever, all of those notes have to be destroyed along with the ballots. And so then each ballot is folded twice. It is brought up and put into a container that has a slot in the top, and then you have the 3 cardinals who are the scrutineers, and they count the ballots. The names are mentioned. They're mentioned a second time. They're checked 3 ways. And by the way, if there is a vote, and it seems that will be the case this time, if there is a cardinal who is too ill to get to the Sistine Chapel, the 3 scrutineers go to him, and they take the vote in the same way. He has the same piece of paper. He has written the name down. That goes in that little slot. Then they go back to the Sistine Chapel, and of course that vote is valid and is counted. And when you get to, as was mentioned just minutes ago, when in this particular conclave they get to the number 89, the percentage, the 2/3 needed, that is the time when obviously that name is announced, that person is welcomed, and there is some time that passes between the white smoke is there.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, habemus papam. And then the person, it might be 20 minutes, it's just congratulations. All of his brother cardinals coming up, and then you put the vestments on. You go to the room of tears and put the white papal vestments on.
And in fact, when they do the balloting, all of this process is deliberately designed, as Joan mentioned. Every aspect of this is laid out in very precise detail, and it's precisely to ensure that there's no question about the validity and the conclusiveness of the election. Also, as Joan mentioned, when they do burn the ballots, they also burn all of the notes. However, a record is kept of the vote, which will go into a secret archive, which is only accessible to the popes, or if they choose to release that information. But we do keep a record, so that when we do get the 89 votes, they will continue, so that every vote is counted. That final vote is annotated and sealed. There's a whole process for that as well, where they bring in proto-notaries and other officials to certify and ensure the validity of the election. That's sealed up, and again, as Joan says, the new pope will go into the room of tears after he has accepted, after he has chosen a name, and we'll have some time in prayer. We'll be given the white vestment, and I think a lot of people know the story that they have 3 papal cassocks prepared, 3 white cassocks, small, medium, and large, so that whoever is elected will have something that at least roughly fits him. They actually bring in a tailor who can adjust it a little bit to make sure it works. And there's a wonderful story about John the 23rd, which I told last night. John the 23rd, you'll remember, John was a stout, famously Italian peasant. And when he was elected, the cassock, the large cassock, was not big enough for him. The tailor actually had to open it up in the back, and it was closed around him almost like a hospital gown, of course with his regular clothing, cardinalatial garments underneath. And that's how he appeared, although of course nobody could see that on the balcony.
Actually, if you go to our social media, our Instagram, you will see the images. We've got a couple of photos, and we've got a video of these 3 papal vestments that are white, sitting in the Room of Tears. You can actually see the Room of Tears if you go to our Instagram account at Vatican News. And we have our correspondent in the square, Kelsey Gussie. You can see on your screen if you're following on television. If you're not on radio, I'll tell you about it. We see the seagulls who have famously appeared. They're like locusts in Rome. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go to Kelsey Gussie, our correspondent in the square. So Kelsey, how are you? And so what could you give us a feel for what's going on in the square this morning? And have you talked to any of the pilgrims yet this morning? Thank you, Kelsey. Is there anything else that you'd want to tell us about the square and the preparations there? There's security to get in, I imagine. And I was in the square last night doing our live connections with the studio, and there were one thing you have to say about the Italian civil authorities: whenever there is a major event in the Vatican, everything works like clockwork. You can't say anything bad about them because they are very professional, and the security was guaranteed. You remember the funeral mass. There were, over 200,000 or 400,000 in the area, and there were no incidents. There were over 80 heads of state and government, and there was serious concentration on the part of this Italian civil authorities to guarantee the security for everyone. And now we could so thank you, Kelsey. We'll be coming back to you again soon. Last night when I was in the square, I spoke to several people, but one of them was a layman, a guy from Scotland who had come in just precisely for the conclave, and he remembers when he was, he doesn't remember, but when he was, John Paul II went to Scotland, his father lifted him onto the shoulders of John Paul II, and so here's a little clip of my interview with him last night. So that was a young man named Patrick Grady from Scotland coming just for the conclave. I was at dinner yesterday evening and I ran into another man who had come in from Munich, Germany, and he came in specifically for the conclave. He said as soon as he heard the news about the death of Pope Francis, he did his calculations, and he knew that the conclave would be this week. And so he came, he booked his tickets, he got a place on the Borgo and was here. And so there are a lot of people who have come just for this historic event. I mean, it doesn't happen very often. We're hoping it happens as little as possible. And so maybe we could go back to a little bit to the proceedings. We were speaking about the Room of Tears, and Joan was mentioning the 3 boxes.
Oh, yes, what I found astonishing, because we in the media all got the pictures, the 9 or so, of the Room of Tears. And I noticed on a table some small square boxes. I don't know what would be in those, but there were 3 boxes the exact same size a shoebox. Shoes come in. So how do you, I can understand vestments, but how do you pick the size of shoes? You know, so that'll be interesting, because they don't want the prelate to go out with whatever he's wearing. They want the, I'm guessing, papal red shoes. So we shall see.
Well, it was papal red shoes, and then Pope Francis changed that. He came out with his black shoes. One thing about it, we probably won't know his shoe attire, because there's the tapestry. At least the first night, there's the tapestry on the balcony, and so you probably can't see his shoes.
Sure.
But Father Greg, maybe you could tell us about the change that Pope Francis brought in.
I had heard that there was a particular store in Rome named Gamarelli's who has traditionally made the white robes for the Pope. And Pope Francis has said, what happens to the ones that were rejected? Why can't we keep those and reuse them, or not reuse them, but use them for the first time to save money and to also make use of beautiful vestments that were made.
And in fact, while we're still on the topic of proceedings and different possibilities, I think one of the very interesting possibilities that we might see, although very, very unlikely, I think everybody would agree, is the possibility of someone being chosen who's not actually in the room. It's, as many people know, the only requirement for a pope is that it be a man who can be made a bishop. Historically, we've even seen bishops, not popes, but we've seen bishops who were not even Christian when they were elected bishop, and they had to go through baptism and ordination to all the minor orders, to the diaconate, to the priesthood, and then to the episcopacy. Universi Dominici Gregis, the document that controls conclaves, talks about the possibility of someone who's not a bishop being elected. I believe there's one cardinal in the conclave who is not a bishop. He's able to do that with a dispensation from Pope Francis. And if he were to be elected the Pope, the first thing you have to do after he accepts, the very first thing, it's very explicit, is you have to ordain him to the episcopate. The interesting part of that is if someone is elected who is not a cardinal elector, and in that case we might see an older cardinal. Paul VI restricted the voting cardinals to cardinals under the age of 80, but there's certainly some cardinals with very strong personalities, pastoral records, who might be considered. They might be elected. There's also a possibility, we've seen this in the past, where a bishop or an archbishop, or even very famously a monk, Celestine V, who was elected, and in that case there's a procedure for the cardinals suspending the votes because they have to be in contact with the man that is chosen to see if he'll accept. And in that case, we wouldn't have any smoke at all, and there would be a lot of speculation amongst the commentators and the analysts and the journalists as to what's going on in the conclave. And there's a lot of interesting possibilities for how do you contact someone who's chosen? How do you get him to Rome if he's not in the city? Even if he's here, how do you get him into the conclave? And we mentioned Pope Celestine V, whose name has come up more recently because he was one of the few popes to resign. And maybe, Joan, would you like to talk about maybe, very recently we saw the resignation of Pope Benedict, which is a little change a very significant change in the history of the papacy.
Well, indeed, it was a shock because no one living on the planet at that time had known, centuries, before, from Celestine to Benedict. And the interesting thing was Benedict had been to the tomb of Celestine at one point, which people brought up when Pope Francis made a visit to the tomb of St. Celestine. When he was not doing well health-wise, does he have resignation on his mind? Is that some kind of sign? And of course, as we know from his ill health and how he died, it was resignation we knew was never on his mind. But it was a shock when Pope Benedict said it. And I think that, I remember when John Paul died, I was asked on television what was his greatest legacy, and I said his entire life, but he taught us how to die with dignity. And I felt that Benedict, with his resignation, because of his humility, his feeling he could not pursue the papacy as should be, the walking, the travels, and everything else, in his humility, he decided that he didn't care what anybody else said, he had to resign. And I just think it was a beautiful lesson on how to live. So with John Paul, how to die in dignity, and Benedict, how to live in dignity.
And the interesting thing about Benedict's resignation is that on a theological level it could be said, and he was an eminent theologian, he knew what he was doing. He knew that he was stepping back and resigning and following something that hadn't happened in 700 years. But following the theology of what his action was, it wasn't just that he was weak and that he couldn't do it anymore, that somebody was overpowering him, or whatever the speculation may have been at the time, and it still continues, is that he was making a point. He was saying the papacy is the power of the papacy is personal, but it's an office. It's not an elected. He is an elected monarch. He's one of the few absolute monarchs left in the world. But his office is just that. And so if he divests himself, as Benedict XVI did, he's saying, I freely let this go. And so theologically it puts the papacy in a little bit of perspective from that.
And interestingly, Celestine V was not the first pope to resign, probably. The early history of the popes is not always clear. Anyone who's studied a little bit of history knows that what we know about the past is very conditioned by the sources that we have, and even by the act of telling history over many, many centuries. he wasn't the first to resign, but the earlier popes, if they resigned, had resigned under pressure, if they were taken away into exile, if they were under threat of martyrdom. Again, there's a lot of confusion about what actually happened in those circumstances. So when Celestine became pope, he was pope for a short time, and I think it's fair to say he realized that he was not up to the burdens of the office in a time of great confusion for the papacy, with lots of influences going around. He actually had to commission a theological study and asked theologians of his day, is it possible for the Pope to resign? Because it was always perceived as a lifetime appointment. A bishop is considered, symbolically at least, to be married to his diocese, and certainly with the more important sees, like the Diocese of Rome, the bishop is given the bishop's ring, which signifies his espousal to the diocese. So there is a real question. Just as you cannot divorce your partner while they're still alive, can a pope symbolically divorce his church? And of course, they decided that clearly. Celestine was told, yes, it is possible for the pope to renounce or resign the papacy, and did so. And then, Devin, as you were talking about, Cardinal Ratzinger, later Pope Benedict XVI, a very eminent theologian, did invest his act of resignation in complete freedom in a time when the church was, for all of the controversies of our day, the church is at peace, but did invest it with real theological import.
And we're sticking with the history, and so maybe we could go. We have a program put together by our colleague Lisa Zengarini, who will take us through a little bit from the conclave and the form that we know. The one that started yesterday is the 76th under this form, and this goes back to the Middle Ages, as we've said. And so this is also the 26th that's held in the Sistine Chapel, so under the gaze of Michelangelo's Last Judgment. So let's listen to this program from Lisa Zengarini, who tells us a little bit about the modern history of the conclave. And as we all know, that this year is the Jubilee of 2025, and what we're witnessing is a sede vacante, an interregnum period, a vacancy, and a conclave in expectation of a new pope. But this isn't the first time such an historic occurrence of events has unfolded. The Jubilee year of 1700 also saw the death of the Pope, Innocent XII, in September of that year. The conclave was held, and Pope Clement XI was elected the successor of St. Peter. And Father Paul Samasumo runs us through in this program some of the highlights of that similar historical moment that took place 325 years ago. And while we're on the subject of the Jubilee year, Father Greg, could you tell us a little bit about the Pilgrims? There, millions of people are expected to come to Rome, and some already have. So tell us about the
Yes, and some of the pilgrim groups have come to our church, St. Patrick's, in the United States. For instance, Archbishop Perez of the Archdiocese of Philadelphia came with 98 pilgrims and celebrated a couple masses in our church, which was wonderful to have them. And then, of course, the special jubilees are still going on, like the Jubilee of Bands and Entertainers is coming up on the 10th and 11th. And the Eastern churches after that, the confraternities, and then families. And so those are continuing, although the way it's going to be done until there is a pope is going to be, it'll be different. But we are seeing more and more pilgrims in May, in June, in July even. And there's the whole week of youth, the Jubilee of Youth at the end of July, the beginning of August, which will attract a lot of people.
Yeah, we know the canonization of Blessed Carlo Acutis was supposed to happen a couple of weeks ago.
27th of April.
27th, yeah.
And
Sunday.
And exactly, and now that it's just been suspended, so there's speculation it could happen later, it will happen, but they've said it will. They will wait for the new pope to decide when and confirm it. And so we're looking forward to this renewed Jubilee in a way where everyone will be curious to come and see the new Pope and to be here for the Jubilee year and go through the holy doors.
And that's one of the things too, is they want information on how to go through the holy door, what to do before, after, during. And now we just took a group to Santa Maria Maggiore, and so the added thing of going and pay honor to Pope Francis at his tomb, which is a beautiful experience for many people.
Well, for me, it's been interesting to talk to these pilgrims because they're very happy that there is a church for English-speaking and for Catholic Americans in Rome. So they enjoy meeting those of us who are been members of the parish for years, and then meeting fellow pilgrims. So it's a wonderful gathering point.
Thank you. What about some of the liturgical events that are planned here in the next few days?
Well, what would always be on a papal schedule, as it is every bishop in the world, you're going to have the Ascension, of course, has to be celebrated. That is on Thursday, May 29th. Pentecost is on June 6th. And then you've got Corpus Christi on June 22nd. And that's always a very special event in Rome. So the new Pope will be looking at a liturgical schedule and Jubilee schedule, lots of events as Father Greg outlined. Many months of events, but the liturgical would be right now, May and June, for sure.
And one of the things that all of the cardinals, as Dr. Don Prodlos mentioned earlier, is every cardinal has a titular church, and St. Patrick's, Father Greg, is the titular church of one of the cardinals in the conclave, right?
Yes. Cardinal Thomas Collins, he's the Metropolitan Archbishop Emeritus of Toronto, Canada, and he came to our church on Sunday, celebrated the 10:30 Mass, and gave a wonderful homily, which Joan can tell you about, and was very well received by the people. And we had a baptism of a child at that Mass too, which was nice.
Oh, that was truly, truly wonderful. The great thing, Cardinal Collins has a wonderful personality. He laced his terrific homily with a good dosage of humor. But what he did was so beautiful. He had 3 readings, as we do every Sunday. 2 readings at Mass, and you have the Gospel. He took each of those readings, expounded on it briefly, and then named a quality associated with that reading, first reading, courage, and said this is a quality that a pope must have. The second reading, the quality was vision. A pope must have vision. And then the Gospel, which is the Gospel, of course, of Simon Peter being asked by the Lord, do you love me? And Simon Peter reaffirming strongly 3 times, you know, Lord, I love you. And Jesus says, go feed my sheep. And so the point being in the Gospel, a pope must have great closeness every moment of his day to Christ. So that was just beautiful. And I think to emphasize really what Greg said, the Cardinal made it very clear the Cardinals are electing the successor, the vicar of Christ. Yeah.
And so he was Cardinal Collins was mentioning that he's the successor of Peter, right?
Right. He's not the successor of Pope Francis. He's the successor of Saint Peter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And one of the things Cardinal Collins said during his homily was that this baptism that was taking place at the Mass was, he said, there are two important events that are taking place in the coming days. One is this baptism that's about to happen, and then the other is the election of the Pope. He said this election, in a way, the election, this new member's entry into the family of God, into the Christian family, that's an act of God, he said. And he said this conclave that's happening, this election of the Pope, that's an act of men. We are electing the Pope under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, but it's an election. It's we choose, and then God kind of confirms this choice and gives His grace of the Holy Spirit to the man who will lead the Church.
And as we pass the 11 o'clock hour, I would like to greet once again all those of you who may be joining us. Thanks also to our partners throughout the world, our partner stations. And a reminder that you can follow the Conclave on our Radio Vatican app, the Vatican News web portal, or our YouTube or Facebook live links. We are at a point now in the morning where if a pope, where very likely the cardinals have proceeded to the first morning ballot. If a pope is elected, we would see white smoke, but if a pope is not elected, then we would go immediately to the second vote and wait until after that to get the smoke. Maybe, Joan, you've been a Pope journalist, Vaticanista, for many years, and you've watched more than one conclave. Can you talk a little bit about what happens as the crowds are waiting to look at the smoke, and why we have that disjunction between possible smoke and possible not?
Oh, sure. Well, when people, they have an idea. I mean, they know the cardinals are meeting, it's Thursday morning, the cardinals are meeting for so many hours, something is going to come out of that. And so the expectation, just people chit-chatting, but there's an excitement that you feel just walking in the square, just listening to people. But I have to say, the moment the white smoke comes out, the excitement goes into hysteria, because you have a person coming out, you don't know who it is, then you find out who it is, then you hear his name, and it's an awesome feeling. The void has been filled. We are no longer sede vacante, without a pope. So many things that can't be done because we were without a pope. So those of us in the church who know this particular aspect of it, but just the faithful, they want to know who their new Holy Father is. And it's an excitement beyond telling. I remember certainly for Pope Benedict, I was working for the Vatican at the time, and we had a very, very strong feeling that he would be elected early, that it would be Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger elected early. And there was great joy as those of us in the press office filed out and went into the square and rejoiced when we heard his name. And then covering the conclave of 2013, I was in the square, but I had to be on television at 8 o'clock, so I'm going back up, and I think it was sometime after 8 that this Jorge Bergoglio comes out onto the balcony, and there was a huge excitement in the crowd. We have a pope, even if we haven't quite heard his name yet. There's this man in white, and then with all the correspondents that were around us on the roof of the Augustinianum, it was like, what's his name? Jorge Bergoglio. What name did he take? Where's he from? So all the questions, and a lot of research had to be done, because when you have someone unexpected, as John Paul II was.
Yeah, he was totally unexpected.
Yes.
He was the one among the popable, or papabile, as they say.
Exactly.
He was overlooked. The church took a new direction.
But it's a real exciting feeling.
Yeah, Father Greg, have you seen any? Were you around for any of the recent elections, or?
I was here for the election of Pope Francis. Yes, and it was very exciting. Just being, I was watching it on TV, but then I went down and was around the area, and it was very exciting because it was something new and unknown. And what does it mean, and where are we going, and the whole difference between the fact that Pope Benedict had resigned, but he was still there, and then this new Pope, and how that would work, throughout the years that followed until the death of Benedict.
Well, the mere fact that he took the name Francis.
Yeah.
And journalists had to discover very quickly that you could not call him Francis the First, because a pope doesn't become the first until there is a second. And so
I remember I was watching rewatching that event. I was there in the square, but I was rewatching it the other day, and the subtitle underneath on one of the broadcasters was Francis the First. And then later in the broadcast, somebody did a little bit of deeper research, and then they took out the first part. And
curiously enough, the first in centuries was John Paul I, and when he was announced as John Paul I.
Yeah.
Precisely because it hadn't happened in so long. There was a little question of what was most appropriate, and no one really got to delve too deeply into that in the, I believe it was 33 or 34 days of the John Paul I papacy. But when Francis was elected and chosen, and became the first pope in centuries, except for John Paul I, to choose an entirely new name, they did do a little bit more study and decision making, and Francis made the decision, yes, I am Francis, ego sum Francis, and that of course is how he signed his documents, Francis.
It's interesting to think about what names have never been used. Augustine, Thomas Aquinas, not Thomas the
And there's no Peter II or III.
No, and there's
only
not
Peter.
And in fact, that was one of the reasons for the custom of changing your name when you became pope to a different name, was the idea that it would not be appropriate to have a Peter II. So the first popes kept their own names. One of the very early ones to change had been named Mercurius, and he felt that the Pope should not have the name of a pagan god. So he changed his name, and they continued to take their names for a long time, but then a Peter was elected. And it really did become the idea that we're not going to have Peter II. And then successively, during a period of reform, a lot of the popes chose names that harkened back to the earliest years of the papacy, the fathers of the church and the early popes, and decided there was a whole string of seconds, Pius II and others, who changed their names, and that became the custom. Now, of course, most popes have most papal names have a long history and long pedigree.
Exactly, and at this point we're going to take a little bit of a break, and it doesn't seem that there has been white smoke, so anything could happen. We're going to stay ready.
We'll keep our eye on the chimney.
And we're going to take a little bit of break for a little bit of music, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
And once again, if you're just joining us, we are broadcasting live from the Vatican. My name is Christopher Wells. We'll be joined here in a few minutes with my co-host, Devin Watkins, our guests, Joan and Father Gregory, and Dr. Joan Lewis, my friend, Dr. Donald Prudlow. As many of you know, many of you have heard Joan Lewis speaking on EWTN. I would like to greet all of our listeners listening in on our partner stations, including EWTN, but also Catholic Faith Network in America, UCTV, Uganda Catholic Television, Mata TV India, Shalom World Television Networks USA, Atmadarshan TV, Radio Katipunan from the Philippines, Catholic TV, and Luminous Radio. And perhaps we could talk about, we saw we're looking at the most famous chimney in the world. And Joan, you were just telling me now about your experience of watching very famous papal chimneys in the conclaves that you've experienced. You've experienced 5, 6. Were you here for the election of Paul VI?
I've been here for the death of 5 popes and 4 or 5 conclaves, but not all covering all of them as
and a papal resignation.
And a papal resignation, exactly. And then I think I said earlier the most unusual when it was John Paul I who died. I was at his inaugural mass, and then left several days later on a special assignment for 3 months in Cairo, Egypt, with the New York Times, and that's where I learned about the death of John Paul I and the election of John Paul II, and exciting times to come back here then to a new pope, leave Rome, be away for a couple months, and have the third pope, of course, of 1978, John Paul II.
And Joan Lewis, our special guest. We also have Paulist Father Greg Appercell. Welcome back.
I was just thinking of the fall of 1978 and the year of the 3 popes. That was when I entered the Paulist novitiate. So it's sort of like the beginning of my religious life. Not sort of, it was the beginning of my religious life, and it was such a huge event, a huge series of events in our Catholic Church.
Yeah, and so just to get some of this excitement, we're going to go to a couple of correspondents in the square. First, we're going to go back to Kelsey Gussie, who's still in the square. And Kelsey, how are things going there? And you've seen the seagulls. Everybody's been noticing the seagulls. I think they're getting their own page on X. And right now, most of our images are just of the smoke, the chimney. It doesn't seem to have any particular fauna around. But has anyone been discussing the the natural phenomena that occur around there? Yes. Thank you, Kelsey.
And in fact, Kelsey, I was very happy to hear your story about the newlyweds here in Rome. It reminds me of a story from the election of Benedict XVI. And I had 2 friends here in Rome, a fellow from New York and his wife from Germany. And when they met here in Rome and were married here in Rome. And what many people perhaps don't know is it's possible to get married in St. Peter's Basilica. So my friends asked to be married in St. Peter's Basilica. They were given one of the side chapels. You don't get married at the high altar,
Chapel
obviously.
Of the choir.
The chapel of the choir. Yes, exactly. And so they had a very beautiful ceremony, and they actually asked a bishop that they knew to celebrate the wedding for them. And that bishop, the bride's friend, was Cardinal Joseph Ratzinger. And very shortly after that, he became Pope. So they were in the square doing stand-up interviews with journalists, and they had a picture of themselves in their wedding outfits with the new Pope who had celebrated their wedding. So there's so many of these stories, Father. I'm sure you can tell.
I used to do,
countless
in
tales.
my early days, I did celebrate 25 weddings a year in the chapel of the choir. And I remember when Pope John Paul II died in 2005, we had 4 weddings scheduled during the time that he was laid out for viewing. And so they, at the time, I don't know if they would do it today, they said, you can have those weddings still, you can go in the back door, we'll close the curtain, and no music. Or they can come back to our Church of Santa Susana. All 4 couples decided to do it that way.
Wow.
And it was, there's a huge long line of people streaming up to see, pay homage to Pope John Paul II, and we were doing these little weddings in the chapel.
In fact, that speaks to the pastoral role of St. Peter's Basilica, where they have not only weddings, they also have baptisms. Have you done baptisms in the Basilica?
No, because they do them on Sundays, and it was hard for me to get away from the parish. I did 2.
But with your church and with St. Patrick's, Rome is certainly a tourist destination, but for Catholics, it's a spiritual destination as well. So you still have to do pastoral care.
Yes, yeah, and I also do what I call spiritual walking tours, where we go to see 3 or 4 or 5 churches on a Tuesday morning, and pilgrims come as well as parishioners.
And of course that ties in with both the Jubilee this year.
Yes.
We've already talked about you welcoming many pilgrims, but also with the idea of synodality, which has been the perhaps premier initiative of Pope Francis in these past years. Can you talk about the idea of walking together in that context?
Walking together
for you in Rome.
And in fact, I remember one time we did have a tour of this several years ago in Santa Maria Maggiore, and they told us to wait in the vestibule because there was a special guest coming through. They turned all the lights on, and we turned, and Pope Francis walked right out of the sacristy to go to the icon to pray before a trip that he was taking to Mexico. And so people said, who are you going to have next week on your tour? Surprise guest.
Wonderful.
But they loved it. It was a great experience.
And we're going to go back to the square right now. We've got our other colleague, Eduardo Giribaldi, who's there in the square. Eduardo? And how are things seeming on your end? Exactly. Yesterday, when I was in the square, there was some young people who started a conga line, and they were dancing through, and it was getting a little bit raucous in the square as everyone waited for the smoke to come out in the evening. It's easy to forget that this is a working day in Rome, and so I imagine there are more young people than older people. Perfect. Thank you very much, Eduardo. And speaking about weddings, and Kelsey was telling us about the honeymooners who are in the square, and she interviewed them, and we're going to hear from them, her conversation with them. It's Sarah and Cameron, who are on their honeymoon here for the Conclave, probably incidentally, from Indiana in the U.S. And that was Sarah and Cameron, who were coming in from the U.S. state of Indiana on their honeymoon. Kelsey also spoke to another priest, a student priest here in Rome from the Archdiocese of Bombay in India. His name is Father Prashant Padu. Let's hear from him. And that was Father Prashant Padu, a student priest here in Rome from the Archdiocese of Bombay. And now we've been talking about about Conclave. We've been discussing the intricacies of it and what goes on behind the scenes, what goes on ahead of it. And now let's get into what everybody is downloading and watching, Conclave the movie. So the film that just came out was released a couple of months ago, I'm sure by pure chance, commercial chance. And so Father Greg is from Los Angeles. He's also a film critic. He's done some programs for us here at Vatican Radio over the years, even as far back as the 90s, helping us out, helping us understand the pop culture, the popular culture surrounding church events. So Father, what's your take on Conclave the movie?
Okay, this is my take. It's, when you know something about whatever the topic is, whether you're a doctor or a nurse or you're a teacher or you're in the government or you know about the monarchy, and they make a film or television show about that, you see all the mistakes and flaws. But usually movies like that aren't really about what they say they're about. Conclave, to me, is a movie about the main character, Cardinal Lawrence, played by Ray Fiennes, and his crisis of faith. And it's his journey through that faith with the accoutrements of the conclave. The facts of how it's done they're off, but you can't do a documentary in 2 hours and have everything that's in that movie is for dramatic effect, and it relates to the crisis of faith that this man's going through. So you can't use it as a factual basis of what's going on inside that Sistine Chapel right now. It's not a battle between conservatives and liberals, although there's some aspects to it, I'm sure. And it's not about the flaws of each individual cardinal, which I'm sure people are thinking. So they see this movie and they think, okay, now I know what's going on. Well, some of it is true, but there's a lot of errors in it, What are some of the glaring ones that stood out to you? I don't know. I'd have to find out the facts about this, but I'm not sure if a cardinal in pectore would be allowed to enter like last minute like that, and there's no proof except for one little letter.
Yeah.
And I don't think that and that's the basis for the whole ending and the whole story, which I think kind of threw the movie off a little bit. On
that point, that's exactly right, because it was made precise that no cardinal in pectore who's been named in secret, as anybody that follows it knows, that there was in the chest, so he's keeping his cards close to the chest. The Pope, so the Pope can name a cardinal without announcing it to the world. Only he and that cardinal, I imagine, would know. But for it to be valid, he has to announce it publicly by the time of his death. So even if that cardinal were in pectore, if no one knew about it, if it wasn't public record, then he was not a cardinal.
Right.
He doesn't deserve, or wouldn't have the rights to enter.
And there was a lot of not manipulation, but a lot of the previous Pope was kind of like the puppeteer, controlling what comes afterwards. And the Pope doesn't do that. That's not his job. And there was the secret report of Cardinal Tremblay, the the John Lithgow character and what he was doing, and then he gets Lawrence gets the sister Isabella Rossellini to Xerox it 108 times or whatever it is. I mean, it's all, dramatic conflict, intrigue, and it gives the impression. But I'm telling you, that movie's made a lot of money in the last month. Just like I remember back in '79 or '80 when they made the movie The China Syndrome. 2 weeks later, 3 Mile Island happened, and again the popularity went way up. I think it's a well-made movie, but you can't take it for fact.
Yeah, but it kind of gives us a feel like we know everyone's become an expert in Conclave. And an expert on the smells and bells maybe behind it, and the show behind the proceedings that take on grandeur that only the Vatican can do.
What was fascinating yesterday, just to sit there and watch the whole movement from the Pauline Chapel to the Sistine Chapel and the Litany of Saints, and then sitting there and then doing the whatever the
they
prayer,
swore their oath.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like it was mesmerizing because you saw this is and that was already 2 hours and nothing happened, in that sense.
But I think for In Pectore, as I recall, I think it was 1991, Pope John Paul said there was a Cardinal In Pectore, whom he later revealed to be Cardinal Ignatius Gong-Pinmay. And the reason that a cardinal might not be named, a man might not be named, his life could be in danger. That usually was the rare times it happened. That was the case. He could be in danger if he was named, So Pope John Paul did name him, but
that was the whole story in this thing. It was the Archbishop of Kabul in Afghanistan. Now, I don't know if his life would be in danger based on I don't know the facts of living in that city, but that was the reason. But it was not announced. You're right.
I did not see the movie, but the one thing I do know about it is that on all the airplanes flying from the United States to Rome, it is one of the most selected movies
You're
that
the fifth
people
person
view.
that's told me that.
Yeah, exactly. So the much viewed in midair movie, Conclave.
Yeah, thanks y'all for that. Excellent. So it's kind of like the movie, the Netflix series, The Crown.
Yes,
everyone thinks they know about The Crown, but we really have no idea, really, do we?
Yeah.
I mean, when none of us are.
But it's some based on some fact, but it's an imagination dialogue that's in the head of the writer, and I mean that's 60 episodes right there.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's not the first of the. It's not the first movie to come out with and talk about the conclave. I mean, the conclave has been in popular culture for as long as conclaves have been happening. There have been different expressions of it. There was the movie. It's probably sacrilegious to even mention it, but Borgia, and that had a whole. It was a long series, and they had pretty in-depth, extended episodes on the conclaves that led to the election of Pope Alexander VI and Julius II, and obviously interpretations and completely unhistorical, but it gives us a sense and kind of reveals for us the interest that the world has in what's happening here in the Vatican. And we come back to the present and to reality, instead of Hollywood's reality. What's going on is a very much interest to the entire world. It's not just Catholics in the square. There are people from all over, and from all different faiths, and that was one hallmark of Pope Francis's papacy, was this welcoming. And if you even look at St. Peter's Square, the two colonnades, they represent the Church's embrace of the entire world. Tell us a little bit about that, Jen.
Well, just thinking of welcoming everybody, referring to numbers, there's 1.4 billion Catholics. So, and then other Christians who are not Catholic. But I remember distinctly with Pope John Paul, what was so fascinating about his very long history was his outreach, of course, as Pope Francis did in his briefer papacy, his outreach to so many people. And you found out that people of all faiths, people of no faith, were fascinated by this man because he took positions that one could understand, positions of morality that you might not have be part of your writings and teachings in the church, but he could reach out to people on a people level. You don't have to know canon law or the Catechism of the Church to understand what John Paul taught. So I thought he's reaching out in that respect. And I've always loved the image of the two colonnades embracing all of the humanity that comes inside. So you'd walk inside, and then you're going to walk towards the door of this beautiful church, this Basilica of St. Peter's.
And the colonnade, Michelangelo designed the St. Peter's Square and the facade and everything. He didn't build it in the end, but he designed it. And even as soon ago as 1930s, I believe, 1920s, the squares leading up to the streets that would lead up to St. Peter's Basilica, and this was how Michelangelo designed his layout of that area of the city, it was just like a maze. There wasn't a straight vision.
Yeah.
And so the Borgo was there were streets, but there were buildings right in front of St. Peter's Square. So the whole point was that people would they'd be walking through, and they'd kind of zigzag through a maze, and all of a sudden you come up and you open up onto St. Peter's Square, and the opening, the magnificence of it, and how large and welcoming it is to, and so that was changed obviously during Mussolini's time.
But there were times when buses and cars parked there were even
and not too long ago.
No, not too long ago. Certainly in my many years here, and there was a brief period when, as you're looking at the Basilica, be in the front part of the left-hand colonnade, when there was a brief market. People selling their fresh produce. So the square has served many people.
Yes, it has. And going back to the College of Cardinals, so the actual conclave, the reality of what's going on. Let's move now and talk a little bit about the makeup of the College of Cardinals. So the Cardinals there's 133 electors, but the whole college is 252. 52, Joan. And the makeup has changed greatly during Pope Francis' papacy.
Yes, in fact, as a lot of people have noted, this is the largest conclave number of cardinals. We've had more cardinals eligible to enter the conclave, but this is the first that's been more than the 120 limit that was set by Paul VI. And one of the pieces of business that the cardinals had to work out when they were preparing for this conclave was how that fit within the law. And they determined that Pope Francis, by creating more cardinals, had tacitly dispensed from the 120 limit, so that all 135 cardinals who are eligible could enter the conclave and vote. In fact, we have 133 cardinal electors in the Sistine Chapel, even as we speak. One thing that struck me as kind of curious, Father, your titular cardinal is Cardinal Collins from Toronto. Now is one of the very few times when we have two archbishops of Toronto in the conclave, the emeritus Cardinal Collins, as well as the new, very young Cardinal Frank Leo. But overall, we have 135 cardinal electors, 133 actually in the conclave, from 71 different countries. More than 3/4 of them, 108, were appointed by Pope Francis. About 22 were created by Benedict XVI. And there are still 5 cardinals who were created by John Paul II. So it created more than almost 20 years ago. And so a wide variety. Certainly since the mid-20th century, there's been a very strong effort on the part of the popes to increase the representation, ensuring that there are cardinals from around the world, from traditionally Catholic countries, from Catholics with very small Catholic populations, from large traditional elector countries like Italy and France, to places that have never had a cardinal before. I think there's something like 16. One of the very curious numbers, we can talk a little bit more about that, is the number of Eastern Cardinals. I believe there are 4 or 5 Eastern Cardinals.
There are 5 of them, exactly.
5 Eastern Cardinals. And I know, Don, you could perhaps talk about, there was a length of time, although most cardinals now had come from Europe for a very, very long time, and our Latin cardinals, there was a run of Greek and Syriac cardinals in the early Middle Ages.
certainly there were Greek cardinals that were, as a result of the Church's attempt to reconnect with Constantinople after the schism. But we tend to forget how diverse the early papacy was as well. There's a period in the 6th and 7th century where we have a number of Greek, Syriac, and even North African popes. Popes like Gelasius were Latin North African. But today we have Eastern Rite cardinals too, and this is a result of the reaffiliation of many churches with their own rites under papal leadership. There are 23 sui juris churches besides the Latin Church, and there are 5 cardinal electors today that are in the conclave from representing the Eastern rites. There's patriarch, one patriarch, Louis Sacco of the Chaldean Church in Baghdad, Basileus Clemis, who is Cyril Malankara from India, Bernard Jesus Serafiel, who is from the Ethiopian Church, Mykola Bishop, who is a Ukrainian, very young Ukrainian, he's 44, I believe, one of the younger cardinals, and George Kubakad from the Syro-Malabar Church.
And if you were watching the entrance into the conclave, one of the things you note in that very impressive and moving ceremony, you see all the cardinals walking in. Almost all of them are in the familiar red cassocks of the Latin Church. But the 5 Eastern cardinals stood out for, they all designed their own cardinalatial robes that reflected the traditions of their churches.
Absolutely, it's interesting to see how they work the red, the scarlet, into their outfits, into their traditional outfits of their rite, and the traditional traditional choir hat. And it's clearly the important, but it's also an oddity because these 5 cardinals are electing the head of the Latin Rite as well. It's an interesting extension to see how universal the Church is. That you have these Eastern cardinals participating in the election of the Patriarch of the West, and that's something that's different to consider.
They also stand out for their headdress.
Yeah.
Because it's not the typical red zucchetto. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and that was also a question when they are named cardinals. They have to ask what is the tradition of our church and how can we incorporate what's a Latin tradition, the cardinalate, into that vestment. I think there was an Eastern Rite cardinal in the 1500s, is that right? During one of the periodic attempts at reunion between the East and West. Bessarion.
Cardinal Bessarion, yes.
Remind me, where is he from?
He was from Constantinople. He was from the clergy of Constantinople, from the party that was supportive of both the Renaissance and a renewed dialogue with the Latins. And he became very important for the transmission of Eastern Greek culture and literature to the West, and was a visible sign of unity at that very difficult time.
And one of the first Eastern cardinals in a long time, and so had a very significant role to play. You mentioned too, Ukrainian-born Mykola Bishop is aged 45, I believe. He is in fact the youngest cardinal in the college. The oldest taking part is Spaniard Carlos Osora Sierra, who's aged 79. It's interesting too, there are a couple of cardinals who have just turned 80 very recently, and had the conclave come a little bit earlier, they would have been allowed to enter. In fact, I remember when Benedict made his resignation, the timing of when the resignation went into effect, there was a consideration for the cardinals who were right on the edge there, and they did get everybody in. And yet, because of the circumstances of the time for that election, the number was still under the 120 limit.
There was one of the Syro-Malabar, one of the Eastern cardinals, just missed it by a week, I believe, and others like Cardinal Sarah, I think, would have expired in 2 weeks. As long as they're under 80 on the date the conclave starts, they're entitled to enter the conclave.
I think it's the day that the Pope dies. In fact, there's actually some question about that. I remember we had this discussion amongst ourselves in the broadcast booth, and UDG is very specific, and that too is to ensure, because after the Pope dies, there is the cardinals decide when the conclave opens, and that has historically been a question because of traditional long travel times, and in previous eras where there was a lot of politicking amongst the cardinalate, that could have been an option to exclude someone. So they did change it so that it was from the moment the Pope died, and then it is very much in God's hands who is going to participate in the election. Speaking of age, a few more facts about the cardinals taking part in the conclave. 6 cardinals were actually born in the 70s, including Cardinal Baldassare Reina, the vicar of the Diocese of Rome, Canadian Cardinal Frank Leo, whom we mentioned, Lithuanian Cardinal Rolandis Makrikas, the coadjutor archpriest of the Basilica of St. Mary Major, who was involved very closely with
we have smoke.
And we do have smoke. Thank you, Don. Well done. It does look like the black smoke is coming out, signaling the conclusion of the second vote, and I think a little earlier than we were expecting.
Exactly. We weren't expecting this until about 12, at least, to 12:30. I believe we have Kelsey in the square. No, sorry about that. We do not. We're going to try to get her on the line here shortly to get this reactions. But yes, you can see, now we see images of the crowd. The black smoke has come out of the chimney above the Sistine Chapel. Everyone's got their phones out, taking videos of it. And we're going to connect now in here shortly. Okay.
And in fact, that's what you see if you're watching on the television screen. I think all of us remember, at least all of us in studio remember, various elections and conclaves. And as soon as smoke starts coming out, the first question on everybody's lips, is it white or is it black? Happily, this time the black smoke has been very clear, and is now as well. And when there is that moment, the crowd just goes silent as everybody's looking up and determining for certain what color is the smoke.
And on the modern means of communication yesterday in the square in the evening, whenever the smoke came out, it was dark. It was already, the sun had already gone down, and you could see the screens, and you can see on the square that it's a close up there. But those as soon as the smoke started coming out, those TVs turned off, and so that everyone would look up to the actual chimney and to focus on what's real and not just what's in front of our in front of our screens. And then it came back on, and you could see that the smoke was black. And now we're going to go live to Kelsey, who's in the square. Kelsey, what are you getting the sense of? Yeah, that's, I think the first question, as Chris said, is it black or white? And the second question is, what am I having for lunch? Are my dinner reservations still valid?
Can I get into the restaurant with 20,000 people trying to get their pizzas and their pastas? I wonder if, yeah.
And it's interesting, you can see on the screen now that we've got the images, the square is not extremely full. There's heavy security to get in. You gotta go through metal detectors. But the first part of the Via della Conciliazione is very full. That's a very packed area. And you can see people moving off, right, Kelsey? Yeah, because we're going to be back again this afternoon. That means the next possible smoke would be around 5:30. This is just a guess, more or less, of the indications that we've received. At that point, it would come out only if the first ballot elected a new pope, and so we would see white smoke only come out around 5:30 or 6 or so. Later this evening, for sure there will be a black or a white smoke at around between 7:30. It all depends on when the Cardinals get started, and from there we will continue on, and we hope the cardinals are moving along in their voting process and guiding us toward the future of the church.
And again, very interesting phenomenon I think we saw last night. The square starts out almost, not quite empty. There's always lots of people there, but it seems kind of sparse. And then people start filtering in, it fills up. But the moment, I think we all remember, the moment the white smoke comes out, everybody in Rome drops what they're doing. Remember John Paul II's, at the conclave after John Paul II, and when Benedict was elected, people were actually leaving their cars by the side of the street and running to St. Peter's Square. We saw two of Pope Francis, which was later in the evening, and although it was not so dense when the white smoke came out, by the time he appeared on the balcony, all of St. Peter's Square, all the way up Via della Conciliazione, packed shoulder to shoulder with people. The whole world shows up.
Where we are right now, a sea of people coming, from
At the end of Via
Piazza
Conciliazione.
Sant'Angelo, and just pouring into the Piazza Pia area, and then, as you said, down Conciliazione. There's no way you would have tried to go against the crowd. You would have been trampled out there. But it was an astonishing thing.
And since this brings us to, we've seen the black smoke, that we do not have a pope yet. Voting will continue this afternoon. And with that, we're going to wrap up this broadcast. We thank you, Kelsey, for helping us out in the square, Eduardo, Father Greg Uppersell, Joan Lewis, Dr. Don Prudlow. We really appreciate all of your help and walking us through the intricacies of this historic moment here in Vatican City State. And so our broadcast will pick up again this afternoon at around 5 or 5:30, depending on the indications. And many thanks go to our in-studio sound engineers and our producers. And we thank you for joining us as we await the Cardinals' decision about who will lead the Catholic Church as the next Pope. I'm Devin Watkins.
I'm Christopher Wells. Thank you all for joining us. Also, be sure to follow throughout the day our website, as well as our social media accounts, Facebook, X, Instagram, YouTube, where you can find out lots more information about the conclave, about the process of electing Pope, and join us again this afternoon for the next Chimney Watch for the conclave of 2025.
Laudetur Jesus Christus, praised be Jesus Christ.
English Channel. Vatican Media, 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 English Channel. English Channel.
with you, accompanying you all throughout this time to give you the latest. And we'll also be going into the square there with some of our own reporters and staff on our English team here at Vatican News to talk to some of the people in the square there. And we'll also have guests here in studio. In fact, here we have with us Monsignor Robert Bertillo from the United States. He's a consultant and advisor of the Dicastery for promoting integral human development. He'll be contributing and offering his perspectives on things, but I'm also here with my co-host, and take it away, Kelsey.
So my name is Kelsey Gessie, as Thaddeus Jones, my other co-host, said. And as he said, I mean, we will be watching to see what will happen with the chimney today. And we were actually talking beforehand about our other special guest that you can see on your screen. And what did you call him, TJ? What did you call him, Thaddeus?
He's our friendly seagull, and I think loves being on camera all the time. He must be a relative of previous conclaves as well, because the seagull appearing there near the chimney or on top of the roof of the Sistine Chapel is almost like a fixture of every conclave.
Yeah, he seems to know more than we do. Maybe he knows, you know?
He or she
Bob
might.
seems to be shaking his head.
Well, who knows? We don't know, but we'll find out soon.
Yeah, hopefully today we will see, well, we will see smoke. We just have to wait and see what the ballot says with the Cardinals. 133 of them are now in the Sistine Chapel. And they're deliberating, praying, and trying to see, you know, what the Holy Spirit is telling them or inspiring them. And I don't know, maybe we can start with that. What's going on right now in the Sistine Chapel, in the sense that obviously we don't know the inner workings, but I mean, there's a system, there's a process to what's going on.
Absolutely. Well, yesterday the first procession into the Sistine Chapel, and the opening mass for the conclave as well for the election of the Roman pontiff took place, and so it was quite an incredible moment, if you think about it, in terms of the momentous occasion and the excitement that there is. And today we're here. They're proceeding into the Sistine Chapel in the morning and in the afternoons now, as they discern who they believe in will be the next pope, and who would fit that. Would actually fit that bill as best as possible. So, but before talking more about what's happening in Sistine Chapel, I'd like to introduce once again Monsignor Bertillo and to welcome you for joining us here to help comment on this historic moment, but then also even to look at personal experiences. I'm not sure if at previous conclaves that you've experienced, or prayerfully, or even here in Rome. Tell us first of all just a bit about yourself.
Well, thank you, TJ and Kelsey. It's really good to be here, and I'm honored by the invitation to join you this afternoon. I've not been in Rome. I've worked for Caritas Internationalis during the when Pope St. John Paul II died, and but I was in the Gambia doing training on HIV and AIDS there, so it was like getting snitches of the running back to my room to see if I could find out what was happening, and yet. I think the fact that we have such a traditional approach always means that that we know what's going to be happening. And I was thinking yesterday again as I watched the prayerful procession with this liturgy, litany of the saints, and then the so many prayers that we made. How different that is from other kinds of elections that go on all over the world, you know, where the candidates are speaking at others, but here we were speaking to God throughout the whole time, and then also ask the saints to be our intercessors, and especially our Blessed Virgin Mary. So sometimes people say to me, do you really believe the Holy Spirit has a role in this? And yes, I do, I really do. And we were calling down that intercession yesterday.
Well, and I think it's interesting. You said you were in Gambia? No, where were you?
Yes, I was in the Gambia when Pope John Paul II died, and so when there was the election of Pope Benedict.
And so, okay,
Yes.
Being outside of Rome, and then yesterday,
Yes.
with the start of the conclave, it's your first time in Rome.
That's right.
For
Yes.
a conclave.
Yes.
It's mine as well. I think TJ is the only veteran then here being in Rome.
Yes.
Well, I'm feeling kind of old here, but yes, this is my third conclave.
I have another story, if it's okay. When Pope Paul VI died, I was in my diocese directing a psychiatric treatment center for children. And so, there too, I was very busy and I didn't know what was happening. And then one of the more disturbed children came to me and said, Father, we have a pope, and he's Polish. And I said, oh, Billy, stop that. Stop teasing me, No, come. And he pulled me down to a television set, and sure enough, we had a Polish pope.
No, it's the different perspectives, I think, that are really interesting, when you see the different areas of the world, like how you receive the news. In the States, it would have been different. You got the news straight on, but then in the Gambia, like, it was, as you said, it was hard to get like little snippets of what was going on, and then now here you have the full coverage.
There's no doubt the surprise element is what is really part of this whole process and reality, isn't it? And wouldn't you say that's what one of these is too? We have people from around the world, Christian, non-Christian, who are tuned in to just follow this whole ancient and interesting process.
Yes, and certainly that's the almost fun part of we know the tradition, we know how it's going to happen, but then having the surprise is a wonderful and a joyous moment then.
Well, and now we're joined in the studio by Dr. Elizabeth Lev, who's an art historian, I saw a didactic consultant for the Vatican Museums, and a sommelier. So, a wide-ranging portfolio.
I like to think I try to wear a lot of hats, although maybe they get a little confused from time to time.
Well, thanks for having us, and we were just talking about our experiences of previous conclaves. Do you remember where you were at the last conclave?
It's my third conclave here, and in all three cases I was working with MSNBC, so I was up on the rooftops. And I have to admit, there were moments that on one hand you have this view from above, so you really have this overarching view of history, which is, in a historian, there's nothing more exciting than that. I mean, wow, it's happening right underneath me. But there were all those moments when I was so jealous of the people in the crowds, like when they were standing in the square. I remember my daughter talking about just the way the colonnade suddenly flooded with people after the white smoke came out. It was literally like watching just this incredible motion. Yes, I remember.
It's a very unique experience. Well,
And I can remember too, as well, 3 conclaves. It's amazing. But with the election of Pope Benedict, I was up there on the top of the colonnade. So looking at the Basilica on the left side there, on top of the colonnade there, we had journalists accredited there, videographers and cameramen and all. We're all up there. And then also in other areas, and a couple areas in the square as well. But just the excitement of it all, seeing it from above and being there in person is what's really incredible. Because the second conclave for Pope Francis there that I experienced, I was down the street, which was different. Even though I poked my head out the window and I could see all the way up the main avenue leading up to St. Peter's Square there, Via della Conciliazione, and was part of the experience. But being there in the square was incredible. And just being there above, even when the bells were ringing for Pope Benedict, you really have a sense of how big those bells are and the sound they carry, and also the culmination of an exciting moment. We have a pope, and so and then as well looking at the central loggia of the Basilica and seeing the new pope appear. So in a sense, it's a lot of excitement, a lot of good memories, and now. I'd like to say what really strikes me about this this conclave per se are incredible high-resolution photography, drone photography, our Vatican drones, providing us with incredible images here, and the super-duper high resolution. I mean, you can even see the little bits of cement and speckle. Maybe some patches need to be fixed there on the the roof of the Sistine Chapel, but it's providing us with almost an experience. You feel like you're there, even though you may not be right there physically.
I have to say this is a little ironic, however, since most people know the Vatican for its incredible treasures of beauty and sculptures and paintings, and right now the calling card of the Vatican is a chimney that needs a coat of paint.
And some new tiles, maybe.
Yeah, and some new tiles. The least aesthetic thing we've got is what the world is looking at.
Wow, that's a good, at least I see it as like an old and new coming together, maybe? I mean, we don't see the new, but I guess the new is the symbolic new pope being elected. But you're right, it's definitely in need of a little extra loving, a little TLC.
I was thinking more of it like a metaphor. Like, between everybody gets very lost in all the glitz and glamour, and look at the gold and the marble and the paint and the color. And they really forget it all began with a humble fisherman, someone who was not terribly aesthetically pleasing himself, who died in the most unaesthetically pleasing way imaginable and got thrown in a hole in the ground. The tomb of St. Peter, after being executed for a crime he didn't commit, was just a hole in the ground. And all of that beauty that everyone enjoys so much comes from that. And so here we are looking at a humble little chimney, and in a little while, or today or tomorrow, whenever it's going to be, a little smoke is going to come out, and it's an opportunity of more beauty as we have a new Holy Father. So I'll put up with it.
Indeed, yesterday, the procession going into the Sistine Chapel, and they begin in the Pauline Chapel there, and you have Michelangelo's fresco of the crucifixion of Peter. I mean, isn't that a powerful moment to live and experience for them, and reminding them of the origins of where this is, what it's all about, and the origins of the first Pope Peter, and also how he gave his life in the whole mission of proclaiming the gospel, and indeed right here in this place as well. That's where he suffered martyrdom.
Exactly, where the cardinals are driving across from Casa Santa Marta to get to the Sistine Chapel. They're driving through the site where Peter died, and in fact, it broke my heart yesterday. All of these, the beauty, as you were saying, the incredible resolution, the images. You're looking at these paintings, and you've got kind of a lot of the media just sort of talking about, like, look at that front runner, look at this front runner. I'm like, look at those paintings. Mm-hmm. No one is ever going to see them. Stop and look at Michelangelo's last frescoes. And the most amazing thing is that that Pauline Chapel was used for conclaves. It was actually, it became the home of Conclave in, I think, 4 or 5 conclaves. And when Michelangelo was painting that, he knew that it was likely that the space would be used for the conclave. And so that image he painted of St. Peter being crucified upside down, he lifts his head and he looks out, so that the newly elected Pope in the Pauline walks out, and all the way out there's Peter looking at him, telling him, this is the job description. A very, very powerful imagery.
And again, those high-resolution images are just, even without my glasses, I can see so clearly the incredible power and that they communicate. And then, of course, the procession going into the Sistine Chapel, and the beautiful chant, the beautiful the choir, the Sistine Chapel choir. It's just incredible how it just creates an incredibly spiritual moment, a solemn moment, but also one of beauty and one of, I'd like to think, hope as well, of course.
Well, and I think it's interesting that you were talking, Dr. Lev, about in the Pauline Chapel, where they start the procession, where they start, the beginning of the conclave, and then when they enter into the Sistine Chapel, I can't help but thinking about all of the imagery that they have to reflect on as they're doing this massive, impactful vote. No, you can't be in the Sistine Chapel and not be influenced at all by the images, by the scripture verses that it evokes. No, and so I don't know. Do you have any specific imagery or paintings or frescoes that are in the Sistine Chapel that you would think are really impacting these 133 cardinal electors?
Well, I think there are a lot of specific images that do impact, or at least I hope are impacting, the cardinal electors. But I think you started by talking about the Sistine Chapel choir, which we all had that opportunity. Again, the people at home, I'm like, guys, you're talking about secret this, secret this. They actually opened the door and they let you see, look and listen. So we have this choir which sings incredibly beautiful music, summoning the saints, calling down the Holy Spirit. We have this very solemn organization towards the Gospels, which are open on the altar for the vow, and then we have paintings all around us. And I think the first and foremost thing is, after all the noise and the cameras and the opinions and the dinner parties and the salons and the stuff that's been sort of coming in at them, what a perfect place for prayer. And then as they collect themselves, and I think now on the second day, beginning to get accustomed to the space and accustomed to the routine, the painting that will probably come to the fore is the Last Judgment. It's the work that they must stand in front of, and each must stand alone, as we're all going to have to do it too, so it's not just them. But each must stand alone as he takes that vote, as he's holding it, and he puts it into the urn before the image of Christ the Judge, and at the same time the image of Mary right next to him. And so this reminder that he is accountable. Each one of these men is accountable, but also each one of these men is going to be key in helping us access Christ's mercy, and so he must take care of her church. I mean, it's the church.
And I don't know, Father Bob, maybe, do you have you visited the Sistine Chapel, I'm sure, many times. Is there an image that also resonates with you? Maybe not being one of the cardinal electors, but just when you're visiting the Sistine Chapel.
Well, I think the fact that there's also humanity out in this as well. So you have the divine and the human. And the fact is that the church lives within humanity, but it's helping us to be the mediator to relate to God in a different way. And also the comprehensive aspect of the figures, and again, it's truly a universal church. But I'd like to go back to that poor roof again, because I think that too, I'm sure that Francis is looking down on that, because he's always reminded us that we need to be a poor church for the most poor people. And so this is very fitting that we be looking at this afternoon as well.
Yeah, the simplicity of it does strike you. And by the way, our camera work there, we're fixated, so to speak, on that chimney, because we could have smoke billowing there very soon, or maybe not. We shall see. Depends on how the voting goes, okay? So obviously at the end of today, maybe around 7ish or 8 p.m., we'll see, Rome time that is, if there's, there'll definitely be smoke. It could be black or white, but if there's a vote in favor of a new pope in this first voting session of the two, if there's a pope elected, we'll have white smoke on it. But anyway, we're just going to wait and see, and the camera is there. But we can tell you there are lots of people filling that square right now. As the hours, or as the time goes on, more people, Romans especially, come into the square to be part of this great anticipation and this excitement that is what we call this smoke watch, indeed.
Well, and it's something that Thaddeus, we were talking about before, and focusing on the chimney, the smoke signals are definitely something that have been a tradition for many years to signal the election or waiting for the new pope, but it's something that is still like a continuity in our faith, and in the faith, in the conclave. I don't know exactly where that started. I don't know if Father Bob or Dr. Lev, you know where the symbology or the nature of using the smoke came from.
The gradual, obviously the smokestack is proper to the Sistine Chapel chimney, which was used for the very first time in 1492 for the conclave. But one of the interesting things to be thinking about, especially since we talk so much about this unprecedented conclave with the extraordinary number of electors and the extraordinary number of people, is that the process of the conclave has been evolving over the course of 1,000 years. The election of the Pope, almost 2,000, but the process of this conclave has been evolving over. So the idea was to find a way to minimize the contact that the cardinals have with the outside world. And so eventually in the construction of this building, which was constructed specifically, already it was constructed to have one entrance and one exit to be closed with a key, Conclave. So these considerations, the smokestack was actually added later. You'll see there's no chimney in there's no a stove within the chapel. It had to be brought in. But as the process refined itself over the years, and they thought of better ways of communicating, especially because there were a lot of bookies making bets, so they wanted to make sure everybody found out at the same time so that they couldn't hedge bets. They developed the system of the chimney.
So betting is also an ancient tradition that we have.
Oh, I believe it was an excommunicable offense until something like 1918.
It's pretty recent.
Also, the technology has come in now because before they would throw in a bit of wet straw if it was black smoke, but that didn't always work, and so you'd have white smoke coming up at times, and so now they are using some chemicals that we'll see. There still might be a mistake, but they seem more certain now that we'll see black.
That did actually happen in 2005. Do you remember? Remember the first ballot? It was gray.
That's right.
And
there
I
was
was
confusion.
next to the Telemundo tent, and they were screaming "Papa, Papa, Papa, Papa," and everybody was like, "Hmm." And it was utter confusion. So I'm telling you, it's a work in progress. They've just figured out the chemicals.
There we go.
And no matter what anyone says, I want smoke signals. It's so cool. If you think about it, really, in terms of a way to communicate to the world with an ancient method, if we have a pope or not, a way to share that news. I mean, of course, it gets tweeted, it gets sent out live around the world, but I think just looking at a chimney, even in 2025, is an exciting way to live this whole process and to experience it.
Well, and so looking at this, and if smoke signals are outdated or still part of our everyday life, even in 2025, we actually dug into our Vatican archives and found an interview by our former colleague Tracy McClure speaking to Father Thomas Rees about these aspects, the smoke signals and the inspiration of the Holy Spirit, and maybe a not too famous saying, the Vatican saying, "You go into a conclave a pope and you come out a cardinal." So let's hear some of that interview.
There we are. We're hearing some archive reports we have on how things work in the past, and looking at a bit of the history of conclaves and all. We're back with you, of course, here live in St. Peter's Square, and we're looking at that chimney. Nothing yet right now, but we're going to go into the square to talk to our own Joseph Tulloch there, who's going to tell us a bit about the atmosphere with those in the square. Okay, we're probably going to go to him shortly. All right, we're not going to go to him right away. There are a lot of people in the square there, and one of the challenges is connecting with people in the square live because of all the people crowded there and the cell saturation that there can be of talking with people and talking to them live in the square. Okay, but he's our colleague Joseph there. He has sent us some comments of people there in the square, and we're going to hear some of what they have to say. He's collected some of that for us. All right, let's go to it. That's Father Matthew Bender there, Legionary of Christ, sharing his experience of these very intense days, past 10 days, almost 2 weeks now here in Rome, and talking to our own Joseph Tulloch, who is also, we got him on the line now, so we're going to talk to Joe here live, and just, Joe, give us an idea of the atmosphere there in the square right now. Well, I'm feeling really lucky because I'm working and I can also look at the chimney and follow the conclave. But Joe, tell me, are more and more people kind of streaming in there now as we're getting close to a possible smoke coming there? Do you have a good view of the chimney there? I know that the sun starts to go down at this time there behind the Basilica, and it's just a little to the left of the chimney there as it starts going down. Well, I hope you have some sunglasses there too, because that sun is very strong. It's been strong these days, actually, as we go into the summer here. All right, Joe, anything else you'd like to add before we go back to you a little later? Joe, we just have reports from the local authorities there. There are around 15,000 gathered there in the square as of now, as those numbers increase. And so it's we're going to be coming back to you very soon here just for an update on things. So thanks, Joe, and call us anytime too if you have any updates. And as we continue our coverage here, I'd like to introduce a new guest we have here in studio with us. He's Dr. Timothy O'Donnell from the United States, and he's a visiting professor at the Angelicum University, the Pontifical Angelicum University here in Rome, and he also served 32 years as president of Christendom College in the United States. Dr. O'Donnell, thank you for joining us.
TJ, it's great to be with you all. Thank you.
How's this experience for you, being here not only as a visiting professor, but also for as I've mentioned, these very powerful days, and now just over almost 10 days now we've been living through this.
It is very powerful. Even now looking at this chimney, I feel almost the way like a little kid would feel waiting for Santa Claus to come down. I mean, there's that sense of joyful expectation that something would happen, because I've been here for 4 papal funerals now, and that sense of the sede vacante, of not having a father, is really... It really hits you hard. I remember we first came over here as students back in 1978. We arrived 2 days before the funeral of John Paul I. And I remember it had rained 3 horrible days, just torrential rain, and even during the funeral it was still raining. I remember wood splatting on the coffin, and that sense of desolation, and that mournful bell at St. Peter's with that dung, dung. You just feel like, oh my gosh. But of course, that came with a burst of sunshine when John Paul was elected. But still, I think there is a real sense of loss, and that lingers at the very beginning. But I think as you begin to move forward, that begins to move away, and hope begins to spring up, and sort of longing that this is not an end. The church renews itself, you know. And so this is going to be a great opportunity to see people once again. But being in Rome is always a great experience. But when you're dealing with these type of historic events, it makes it extra special.
In fact, that's even my own experience as well. I mean, the sense of loss there is when we lost Pope Francis, when as well Pope Benedict or Saint John Paul II. When we lost them, there's a certain emptiness you really, really felt, of course. And but that's why I always feel like these 9 days of mourning, the traditional 9 days of mourning, are a powerful way to deal with that aspect of loss and to mourn the loss. But then now we're in the conclave, and there's this sense, that's why I say it's a sense of hope, because of renewal. There's going to be a new Peter to lead the church and to accompany us on this journey, and to keep all of us kind of as united, keep all the sheep sort of united with a new shepherd. So
There was a definite sense of desolation. I remember when John Paul was elected, we made a promise, my wife and I, that wherever we were, we'd come back for the funeral when he died. We didn't know it was going to be 27 years later, but we did come back to that. And I remember it was just so sad because the power and the presence of John Paul is like, how could that ever be replaced? So we're standing there for the funeral, and you're trying to get a perspective on what this pontificate meant. And I remember there were media people going through the square, and there was a gentleman behind us who was from Poland. And the guy was going on asking different people, where are you from? Why are you here? And this Polish gentleman behind me just started to weep. And he said, I'm from Gdansk. He said, I would have crawled down to Rome on my hands and my knees. This man gave us our freedom. He gave us our dignity back again. And that's when I began to think, how can we possibly replace this Pope? So it was consoling to think how great, but it even added to that. But then, of course, God has his way, and then when Pope Benedict XVI comes out, you say, oh, thank you, Jesus. In other words, it goes on. And it sort of encapsulates the whole rhythm of life, and I think that's why people are really looking to Rome right now, because everything's sort of a soundbite. We're suffering from sort of like what I think Benedict called a cultural amnesia. We don't remember who we are, we're confused about our identity, and oftentimes we're looking at things and we don't know who we are. But what's happening right now, you see something that is permanent, something that has not changed. Even the antiquity of smoke coming up from a little chimney signifying a transition. People are hungry to know who they are and to understand the meaning of the past. And a lot of times we neglect history nowadays. I think it's something like 75% of college graduates in the United States graduate from college without ever taking a history course. That's devastating. So when you actually see this type of living history, I think people are naturally attracted to that. And that's why I think it is a great time for catechesis to talk about the longevity of the church, the beauty of the church, and the beauty and the richness of these traditions.
And Dr. Lev, what would you say in terms of if you had your own students right now and trying to help, especially students maybe who aren't as familiar with the Catholic Church or these how these processes work, how would you contextualize what's happening here to them?
Well, I agree with you, Tim. It's such an incredible moment to show the students living history. I mean, one of the things about the Catholic Church that I think maybe we take for granted but is baffling to the rest of the world and incomprehensible at times to students is that the man that we are waiting for will be the 267th Pope in a direct line. Where do you find stability? Where do you find a groundedness, a rootedness that continues over the course of centuries through political situations, geopolitical transformations, natural disasters, you name it, and yet we are still here waiting for that next successor. And that, since I'm an art historian, for what that builds into is when you look at a building like St. Peter's, that starts with the hole of the ground where they buried St. Peter. You are looking at something that shows a series of monuments, one placed on top of the other in a direct line, all the way up to the top of Michelangelo's dome. And so the beauty stems from that continuity. It's this incredible story, this incredible lineage of the popes. It forms almost like the invisible scaffolding around which all of this beauty can be arranged.
I think there's a theological message in all of this too, because all of the everything that we know and we believe in starts with Jesus, and he suffered and he died and he rose again from the dead, and that's the basic message of our church, and we've stayed faithful to that message. There may be debates about certain pieces, but that's the center of our church. And I was thinking a great deal about how prophetic it was that Pope Francis chose hope, Pilgrims of Hope, as the theme of this Jubilee. And shortly before he went to the hospital on February 11th, he released the World Day, the message for the sick, the Day of the Sick. And the themes he touched in that are the very things that Doctor was talking about, and you're talking about, Doctor, as well. That suffering is part of our humanity. Christ overcame sin and death for us, but also that through suffering so many times we find much more meaning and we find true love. the kind of love that Jesus has for us, we can give to each other as well. And I think those were themes that he must have been thinking about, because he already was not well when he released that message.
Well, that final moment, we were there on Easter Sunday, when after he
exactly.
spoke with great difficulty, but then they put up on the mountain, he's coming down, and the excitement of everybody, he's actually going to come down. Couldn't believe it. And I had a son and daughter here with their little baby, and the fact that it's going to be blessed by the Pope. But then he goes around and just not only just in the square, but then he goes out again to the peripheries, reaching out to everybody, and still in that condition. You can see he was in pain, he was suffering, and he's still taking babies in his arms and things. So what a powerful message and a beautiful message. And I think in some way that encapsulated the beauty of that pontificate, the sense of suffering and trying to give of himself, reaching out to the peripheries and the margins, so that everyone could have a bit of him. And it's almost like, I can't really be Pope if I can't be there for that Urbi et Orbi and be present with the people in the square. So even there, just pouring himself out in libation in a very beautiful way, very symbolically.
He gave us a bit of him, but he also always focused it on Christ.
Oh, absolutely.
So he brought us back to Christ, and that was the end of this message for the world. That
suffer the little children to come to me, and they were still coming to him, which was a beautiful thing to see.
I would imagine, too, in this day and age, too, where unfortunately marked by so much polarization and so much vitriol, whether it's in social media, whether in the dialogues we have today, they are so divisive, unfortunately, and receive the most attention, not the times when things are working and all. But would you say that this, what we're seeing here and what we were talking about just now, the world or many people would look to in some ways, because here we're talking about a message of hope, fundamentally, not of belief, but of hope, but also of being good to one another, of fraternity, as Pope Francis spoke about all the time. Do you think that this is drawing more attention because of our fractured world today?
I would say definitely that's the case. I mean, the Second Vatican Council said very clearly, when the Creator vanishes, we lose sight of the Creator, the creature vanishes. And that's what's happening right now. I mean, we're all brothers and sisters if God is recognized as our Father. But in so many instances, we're sort of pushing God out of the picture. There's sort of a practical atheism that's dominating culture right now. And it shouldn't surprise us then. There's acts of violence. You have the terrible reality of abortion that we're seeing in our world. And all of these things are stemming from the fact that we no longer recognize that we are the product of a loving Creator who has endowed us with intellect, will. We're made in His image and likeness. And that has to be the foundation ultimately for any type of long-lasting peace, etc. And I think the Church, all of us who are Christians, have a serious obligation to try to communicate the dignity of the human person. And you realize the impact that Christianity has had down through the centuries. I mean, everyone loves the Colosseum, but you think what was going on in the Colosseum, talk about it, there has to be a certain horror when a Christian looks at that. The affront of human dignity would be entertained not only by martyrs, but by men killing and mutilating one another. But Christianity, through Telemachus and others, finally put a stop to that. And the hospitals, the orphanages, all these great things where we show care and concern for those who are suffering, those who are less fortunate, these are all the fruit of a Catholic civilization and a Catholic way of looking at things. And to the extent that that has weakened or we've lost that sense, I think we're seeing many of these problems begin to emerge once again in spades.
I think we have an incredible opportunity. I've been thinking about this over the past few days, actually, over the past 10 days. There's so much coverage about division, about politicking, about factions. I mean, the way that this conclave has been presented to the world, it seems like another streaming series. And I think many of the people who are wandering their way into the square are sort of feeling like they get to stand on the outskirts of a Hollywood movie or some sort of tawdry TV show. I think we really have an incredible opportunity to practice what we preach, in that when that new Holy Father comes out, this is the moment that we show unity, that this is really who we are. The Sistine Chapel actually is designed to really convey that message by pairing these two paintings on either side of the cardinal electors, where you have, Perugino's delivery of the keys and Botticelli's punishment of Cora. You have the punishment of Cora, where there's this conflict and fighting when Moses wants to pass his authority on to his brother, and the Cora family objects. And then you have Perugino, Matthew 16, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, with the apostle standing around very nicely. So from within the conclave, the first message is to the cardinals themselves: if you accept this, we will have peace, we'll have regeneration. If you fight, we'll have chaos, and that chaos will spread outside. But now, post-Vatican II and our great hour of the laity, it's also our job as the laity to join around the Pope. Politicking is over, faction is over. We have a new Holy Father, and will we follow him together and show the world how it's done?
I have to agree. I think even what we were talking about before, and even what Father Bender, I think in the square, was talking about with Joe, that social media does play a role in that, because a lot of people, younger generations, that's where we get a lot of our news, that's where we get a lot of our information, politics, whatever. Even people are following the Smoke Watch through social media. And you're right that I've seen a lot of reels, images where it can be very divisive. It's maybe even lost the sense of it's a prayerful event. It's an event for unity. It's supposed to be something that should bring us all together. I was in the square earlier today, and hearing the different languages and the universality of the church in that, seeing so many people, whether they were Catholic or not, coming here because someone told me when the Pope speaks, people listen, whether you're Catholic or not. He has a very big impact. And I think you're right that we as lay people, and Father, we have a role to use this as an opportunity to grow in unity and peace.
I can give you a very practical example of what you just said. When the Pope speaks, people listen. I worked as an attaché to the Permanent Mission of the Holy See in Geneva for 19 years. And I have to say, most of the time when they were making the governments made their different speeches, there'd be a buzz in the background, everybody was talking. But when we raised that Holy See flag, they stopped talking. They wanted to know what the Holy See was saying. And I think that wasn't because we were saying it, but it was because that was the Pope speaking.
Well, he brings something to the political and the social order that they can't find within themselves. Unfortunately, there's been an impoverishment of our political discourse. And so the Pope can bring a message that is truly transcendent and goes beyond the different confines within these ideologies that oftentimes are tearing each other apart. And I think we're at a point now where people are really tired of those ideologies. We think about, Russia and Ukraine and the horrible things going on there, what's going on in Gaza, but to have a voice that is able to communicate a higher purpose and say we need to rise and appeal to the better angels of ourselves. This is an important thing, and we really need. So whoever gets elected, I think there will be an outpouring of goodwill. There generally is, and I think it will be a great chance to build unity in all of us, because, as Catherine of Siena said, he's our sweet Christ on earth. That's the way we should approach this and rally around him. It could be a great opportunity for we as a church to do what we're supposed to do in bringing the message of the gospel and the salvation and the peace and the joy that is really part of that to a troubled world.
Monsignor Vitillo, any experiences you want to share? You've worked in many international forums at the UN and all, and on behalf of the Holy See there in Geneva as well, in terms of how the papacy and how the words of the Pope are received and taken seriously, whether by believers or non-believers or people of other cultures.
Well, my own experience was that many of the UN officials were very, very interested in what the Holy See saw in things. And so many times there'd be private consultations with the papal nuncio and discussions that were not made public, but that really brought to real substance. Some of the discussions that had been going on about nuclear warfare and trying to get a ban on nuclear warfare started out by discussions between some of the world leaders, the UN people, and the papal nuncio at that time, and who's now Cardinal Silvano Tomasi, whom I was working with. So I think that's a good way of working. And a lot of times people are saying, well, why isn't the Holy See making a statement against this or that or condemning so-and-so? That's not the style of the Holy Father. And so we need to keep that style. And And Cardinal Ray, I think, described perfectly in his homily, both for the funeral homily, but then especially the other day for the election of the Pope, the character of what we're looking for in a Pope. All popes, not just this next one. But so much he pointed about how this is not only for internal, this is for the whole world, and we need a person that can bring about peace in the whole world.
Amen.
I would even say this is a good opportunity then to really talk about how diverse the College of Cardinals and, I mean, the cardinal electors that are in the Sistine Chapel right now as we're waiting for the smoke. I mean, I saw the numbers that I think there's at least 15 countries that have cardinals participating in a conclave for the first time ever, which is such a beautiful thing. I mean, as we were saying, talking about unity and peace and reaching out to people, I mean, that's a legacy or an example of the universality of the church. And I don't know if you guys want to touch on that, but that's just something super unique about this conclave.
Well, it is the largest in history, and it's great. He always talked about going out to peripheries, and even in terms of selections of cardinals, that's what he did. And so I think there'll be definitely a certain richness that we have in this particular conclave, that there are so many cardinals from so many different diverse parts of the world, some which may not have been represented within the College of Cardinals before. So that'll be part of, I think, Pope Francis's legacy. And so that's one of the reasons why I think predictions are ridiculous at this time. They generally are. I remember when John Paul got elected, we had a sheet of newspaper with 30 of the top candidates, and there was no Karol Wojtyła in that list. And so if it was true then, it's even more true now.
Yes, the scorecard is the scorecard mentality, but it's an old one. It's been around in Rome forever. I think this there are a couple of things, both when you were describing earlier the last days of Pope Francis, that really paralleled the last days of Pope John Paul II, where you really did see the Pope pouring himself out. This idea of the Pope as libation, and this extraordinary. I mean, Pope Francis, the whole pontificate was really, he would go to audience and then get in the ambulance, go to the hospital. I mean, he was quite a man. But that those last days where everybody could see the Pope giving himself completely to his people, to his flock. First of all, in a world where we're getting very confused about age and the value of people as they are older, I think that's a beautiful parallelism. The visibility of suffering, that instead of hiding them away, it became something for people to really feel and experience. And I think also there's a continuity in this growth of the College of the Cardinals. I mean, we have been watching the representation of the College of the Cardinals, the growth of the Universal Church throughout the 20th century get larger and larger and larger. Now we've hit this really exciting new point where we have we've hit 15 new countries represented. We have voices coming from all over. But again, the plan was always that, and it really shouldn't be surprising. Forgive me if I bring everything back to art, but it's the only thing I know. But it shouldn't be surprising because, I stand in that Sistine Chapel shoulder to shoulder with people from all over the world. And they stand in that space where you have the invisible beginnings up on the ceiling, you have the invisible endings in front of you. It's always been meant to be that. Even in the painting of the Sibyls, you have Africa, Asia, Europe. The Church has always been reaching out, and thanks to the new technology, thanks to transport, thanks to geopolitical transformations, this Church is more effectively able to leaven in the furthest peripheries of the world.
In fact, it really struck me seeing the cardinals one by one taking their oath there in the Sistine Chapel, and just the diversity of their backgrounds and cultures that just was really striking. And what struck me too, just watching them one by one, in some ways they look like ordinary people in beautiful vestments and all, but one of them will be wearing white, and most likely following this vote. And it's amazing how they can kind of take on or the office takes a hold of them in a sense, or that they become, I don't want to say new people, but there's almost the ministry and the role they've accepted and are taking on becomes part of who they are, and it's almost like they take on a new and living personality, isn't it?
Historically, that's true. There have been a number of elections where they picked men that they felt would be transitional for a short time, and then they get in there. Of course, the whole church is praying for them at every Mass, so you have tons of prayer coming, but they are energized by that. And some of the most dynamic popes that we had, they thought were going to be very short. I mean, Pius V was supposed to be a very short reign. Even someone like John the 23rd, who shocked everyone. I'm going to call the ecumenical council, and all of a sudden announce that on St. Paul, and everyone's, what are you doing? You're supposed to be transitional. But here he goes, and he just goes through it. Now, he didn't see it to the end, but Paul VI came on. But no, this is common. But even like back in Acts of the Apostles, that when Peter was in prison, the whole church was praying for Peter. And we continue to do that, and I think there were a lot of graces flow into the person of the Holy Father. I mean, what an incredible office, what a burden to bear. Think that every morning you wake up and you're responsible for the Catholic Church throughout the entire world, all the dioceses, all the different things that are going on. That's why it's really crucial, whoever gets elected, we immediately need to be praying fervently for him, for his strength, for his insight, for his courage, and that he will have a successful pontificate in the full spiritual sense of what we mean by success.
I really do think, though, he does leave himself behind. I mean, it's exactly what you said. He will not be the same man who goes into the room of tears when he comes out. He will have a new name. Everything gets left behind in that little room. His habits, his friends, his usual bedtime. It all goes away as the new man with a new name comes out. And he comes out. What do we see him wearing? We see him in that white cassock. I mean, he is literally, it's like the baptismal new returned, and then that red stole, that it's just this heavy red stole. I always see people looking at it like, oh, like you sold that thing, you could probably blah 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 blah. But I mean, look at it. It's not an accident. They got plenty of light polyester stoles. You've got this brocade blood red. This is the burden. This is what he has to carry. So we see him walk out there, not Pizza Ball or Tagle or whatever the name of people that try. He's not that person anymore. He's someone new. And in that transformation, I think that's also, while terrifying for him, it's also liberating, because it just allows him to be the servant of God.
Let's remember that that Jesus prepared Peter for that, and also all the apostles prepared the bishops by teaching them service at that Last Supper and showing them service by washing their feet. And here you had this kind of rough and tumble Peter who said, no, you're not going to wash my feet. Oh no, well then if you say you have to do it then why don't you wash my head too? And yet he was showing them what it was to be of service. And I think that we have to connect with the papal vocation. It is of service, and it's service to everyone in the world, and that all the more that Pope needs our prayers to be strong in all of that.
Yeah, Gregory the Great was the first one to use it. Servus servorum Dei, the servant of the servants of God. Beautiful expression.
And the challenge for any pope, because no pope can be everything to everyone. Everyone has expectations, and some say, well, I like this about this pope and this about that pope, but no pope can be everything to everyone. They've got to have their own personality, which is transformed, as we say, not only the personality, but their being is transformed by taking on the office. But at the same time, we have to look forward to what their own strengths are, and then also be conscious of the incredibly complex, delicate role of being Pope and holding this church together, which is so diverse and so global.
Well, and I think, actually, Dr. Liz, you brought up a couple times, right, that art, it all comes back to art, and I think it's really true, because even just you guys talking about the moment when the newly elected Pope goes to the Room of Tears and then eventually comes out to that loggia, the balcony, right, and in St. Peter's Basilica, and right under that, if I'm not wrong, there's a relief that shows Jesus giving the keys to Peter, which then symbolizes, the entire thing. He starts his pontificate with that right under him, remembering that is his call.
Those keys are pretty big.
Yeah,
they're pretty heavy. Yeah.
And those keys were to forgive sins.
Exactly.
And also there was also a mosaic underneath, which is Jesus saying to Peter, "Feed my sheep and lambs." And that reminds me of, again, new technology which gives us views of things that we didn't have before. When Pope Francis came out on the balcony, there was a shot that came from behind his head, so we saw what he saw. And you looked out into this sea of faces of people just looking up. And despite the fact that we joke about all the screens there, I remember that day, just all of those people with this expression of, who are you the one? Can you help me? I mean, just this, feed me, literally. And so I think that's, yes, I think it's a very important part of the art, telling the story of, or underscoring the role of the Pope.
One of the beautiful things about Pope Francis that night also was, I remember he reached out to everyone and said, "Would you please pray for me?" And then there was a really about maybe 15, 20 seconds of silence, and everyone in the square, everyone had their head down, and they were praying for him. And so that sense of receptivity was not only was there to impart, but as a brother in Christ, he was receiving as well, which is always a sign of humility, the willingness to receive. So that was a beautiful, precious moment at the beginning of that pontificate as well.
In fact, the weight of the office itself must be frightening. And so when we speak of the Room of Tears, where the new Pope, who's accepted the election and to take on that role, has time to pray and to let it soak in, it's got to be, I imagine, the weight, the burden of it, even if sustained by grace, and must be immense and massive, especially as they peer out on the central balcony of St. Peter's Basilica there and seeing the crowds and seeing what all this entails.
I remember the day after Benedict was elected, he met with a group of Germans who had traveled there, and he referred to the whole conclave experience. He said, "As the guillotine continued to descend," and I just think, oh my gosh, this poor man. I mean, that's why your heart, it has to, whoever it is, your heart has to go out, because life is going to be very, very difficult, very, very difficult change. Like you said, there's going to come a time you will be bound and you will be led where you would not go. And not everyone has been gung-ho wanting to be elected Pope. There have been reluctant ones. I think Benedict XVI tried 3 times to step down and retire from the Holy Office, his work there. But John Paul said, Jesus didn't get off the cross, I'm not retiring, and you're not either. But he soldiered through.
Also was very reluctant. He said he would refuse at the beginning of the conclave. And when the guillotine began to come down, they saw him going, no. Apparently he had to have a talking to.
But I think they're also very aware that they cannot solve all of the problems, either for the church or for the world.
Sure.
And Pope John the 23rd talked about how after he tried, he'd finally, in the evening, would say, "God, it's your church. I'm leaving this to you now, and I'm going to sleep." So I think that's the kind of thing that they have to learn and practice as well.
Absolutely.
Okay, we're going to take just a brief break here with a little music. We're still under a smoke watch. Okay, there's not a smoke warning yet, but there could be very soon. Who knows? So we'll be back with you in just a minute or two here to continue our coverage. And by the way, now 20,000 are gathered there in St. Peter's Square, and the numbers are increasing.
Before saying goodbye, we just want to also thank Dr. O'Donnell for joining us today, because he's going to be with his students from Christendom College to see whatever smoke comes out. So thank you so much.
A joy to be with you. God bless you all. Thank you for the great work you're doing here. Appreciate it very much.
So after that wonderful little music break, we have information that the numbers in the square continue to rise, and just looking back, I want us to think about where we were the last conclave, or the last couple of conclaves, because as we were talking about before, times have changed, but the smoke remains the same, the chimney remains the same. But do you guys all remember where you were, let's say for the conclave that elected John Paul II? Because maybe people remember Benedict XVI, but John Paul II, I was not born yet, so I just have no memories.
I read in 1978. I was an age that was not good at outward contemplation and much more into perhaps who was the most interesting pop band of the time. So I just sort of found out at school. Also, I mean, to the social media question, these were things that the information was not as instantaneous. I mean, it really was sitting at the edge of your seat. There was something going on in Rome, in Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. I still had my homework and had to go home and go to soccer practice,
right,
or all the different things. And so I think there's much less of a sense of where I was, because I was really so far away from it.
I was going to say, we take for granted today instant communication, instant everything. And I find difficulty sometimes trying to say, well, what was it like before we had that sort of instant communication, high-res, super high-res, instant images? And so it was a different time than, of course, I was kind of in 8th grade or something like that. So I don't remember too much of that conclave. But at the same time, it was a different time, of course, as you mentioned, because the media and instant communication wasn't what it is today.
I'm 78 years old, so I wasn't in high school at that time. I was a priest in my diocese and also going to social work school, but I was also directing a psychiatric treatment center for children. And so it was there that I was working, and I was in my office doing clinical records and things like that when one of the young children who was with us came to tell me that we had a pope. And then I think I mentioned earlier that he also told me that the pope was Polish, and I said, "Oh, Billy, don't be spreading those rumors around, And then he dragged me to the television set and showed me, yes, indeed, the pope is Polish, and I didn't have the time to go sit and watch television in those days, day or night, but it was a wonderful experience to know that we now have a pope.
But even to ask, how about a month before that? Because there was an election just before that as well.
Well, you were talking about John Paul II.
And then John Paul I.
John Paul I. Sorry.
If I can rewind even a little more.
Yes. With John Paul I, well, first of all, it was one of our child care workers. One of our child care workers called me late at night to tell me that the Pope had died, and I said, "Oh, I think you're thinking a month ago. So we have a Pope now, and of course it was very true. And then it was when John Paul II was elected that I was telling the story. Yes.
Well, and so we'll go back deep into the archives of Vatican Radio, and we'll look at a conclave that none of us, I think, were around for. But before we do that, we want to say a special thank you to Dr. Liz Lev for being here and sharing such amazing insight into art history, and how that plays a role in the conclave even today.
Well, it's been really great to be here. I mean, in a certain sense, you guys are the nerve center of it all. So it's an honor, actually, to be able to sit here, and of course to really have the possibility to talk in a way that it's much harder. We do our best out there I think there's a whole squad of us out there trying to do our best in the secular media, but to really be able to talk about what it means to be the servant of God, what it means for Peter to have died here, what it means for these cardinals. I mean, it's so nice to be able to really talk about the true weight and importance of prayer and how we must pray for the Pope. So thank you for really, it's like a cleanse to come here. I'm ready to go back out and face questions about whether or not this conclave is like the movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
The hot topic of the day.
At the same time, I often think sometimes the movie or even other media productions can offer an opportunity to say, okay, yeah, you saw that, you read that book, but in reality, this is how things unfolded in history. So sometimes I'd like to look at it as like, okay, we can use it as an opportunity to say, well, it's not exactly that way, but at the same time, some elements are true, some are not, but this is how it works. And it's created certainly help generate interest, I would say, and so I guess we have to
be grateful for that.
So returning to the question of art one last time, that is the joy of the Catholic imagination. The Catholic imagination can see through to the potential of almost anything. And so even though this is a tawdry story or it's an incorrect story, the Catholic imagination can find that pearl that is beautiful, good, and true, and bring it out and turn it into something fruitful and wonderful. So, yeah.
Wonderful.
What a
Thank
great
you
note to
so
end
much
on.
for
Thank
being
you.
with us here.
And so we will launch into this old interview that we have from our former colleague, Veronica Skarsbrick, with Father Martin Nolan, the one-time prior general of the Augustinian Order, who was actually in St. Peter's Square when Cardinal Angelo Roncalli was elected to the See of Peter on the 28th of October, 1958. Smoke in St. Peter's Square now. So we will come back, and it looks to be
white.
We have
look
a
at that
vote.
smoke streaming out.
This is good.
This is incredible news here, coming up here on 6:08 p.m. here in Rome at the Vatican, and we have white smoke streaming out.
And you can
the
hear the
chimney.
crowds.
And we hear the crowds applauding there. As you can see, now we got the camera work on there.
Just
This
proud of the people crying.
is amazing. Here we are.
And celebrating this special moment. There was a brief moment where we were a little unsure, but it is confirmed it is white smoke.
We have white smoke here. A smoke warning.
A smoke
And
warning,
that's
you're no
white
longer
smoke.
watching. We're back with Dr.
Come
Levitt.
back.
Dr. Levitt.
I'm out of breath from racing up here. I can't believe it.
I'm actually
Flabbergasted.
surprised
honestly.
as well, because given the complexity of the reality we were talking about,
Exactly.
and the many issues and the diversity. But here we are, and look at our drone footage there. We're just cruising over the roof of the Sistine Chapel. We see the crowds.
The bells ringing.
The bells are ringing. It is 100% white
The
smoke.
white smoke. And I mean, as we were talking about before, the crowds are, I mean, it's the square's
yes.
packed.
It's incredible.
And that's probably small compared to what's
Exactly.
going on now.
And that smoke just scared away our seagulls there, the little family there that was just relaxing on Sistine Chapel roof there.
But actually, as you mentioned at the beginning, TJ, it seemed like they didn't know. They came back just for the white smoke.
Indeed. In fact, and they were giving us a kind of a secret bit of information that they knew that we didn't know. But here we are, and then a spectacular, sunny, brilliant evening here, and you can even see from the perspective of the crowds there in St. Peter's Square the white smoke billowing from the chimney, even as the sun starts going down behind the dome of St. Peter's there. And this smoke will last at least about 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes. And with a light breeze there in the square, we can see it billowing down towards the square. And we've got now basically about, it's going to be 45 minutes to at least an hour at least before the new Pope, just elected, appears to greet everyone. And so there's huge anticipation, naturally, of who will the new successor of St. Peter be.
Well, and I mean, as we were talking about before, you see the crowds filling the squares, but also the different people who have come. I mean, you can see the flags waving, people smiling. It's a big sign of the universality of the church, but then also just how supportive people are in sense of being here for this moment.
And now we're going to have an invasion of Romans. They're going to be coming in.
Yes.
And, no, it's only natural and normal. I mean, we live here. So those who can,
He's their
they'll be.
bishop too.
What's that?
He's their bishop too.
Of course, he's their bishop. And so they're going to be streaming into the square now. It's going to be filling up.
It will make for some interesting traffic in my house because if my recollection is correct, when they couldn't get any further, they just left their cars in the road.
So there you are.
They were just
stop
in
it.
the road. Maybe not. There's nowhere else to go.
That's true. That's true.
Look at that billowing, thick white smoke there. All the different
I
flags.
love the people ready with their flags just in
Yes.
case.
Yes.
My daughter said that the election of Benedict XVI was closest friend, the religious guru right around the corner there, and her closest friend was German, and they went running out with the square and felt the most and she said her friend at this tiny woman, a teenage girl, of course, she tore the whole enormous
Oh my goodness.
Apparently a lot of people come prepared.
Yeah, because you just never know. I mean, when I was in the square earlier, people thought, oh no, it might be a longer time. It could take, days. You just don't know. You just don't know.
Yeah, you just don't know. In fact, I didn't know what to expect. At the same time, it's a wonderful surprise here to see the white smoke billowing there. And so after just, day and a half, basically, and here we are.
It does make you feel like there's a wonderful sense of the noise stopped, the cameras went off, they went into the chapel, they prayed, and the Holy Spirit spoke. It just really gives us a great sense of confidence.
And indeed, this hope that's being realized, that we have a new shepherd, so to speak, someone to take on the reins there and to accompany us on this journey of our life journey. And it will be fascinating to see. As I say, you see the central lodge of St. Peter's Basilica. You see that's where the new Pope will be appearing, as he traditionally does, to be announced that habemus papam, that we have a pope, and then the big surprise will be as he proceeds towards the central loggia, and we see who that cardinal is, now dressed in white.
Well, and for many people, they might be thinking, okay, why is there this long wait, as you mentioned, Thaddeus? Why is there this long wait in between when we see the white smoke and when the new pope, comes out to the loggia? And it's because there's a process that's going on right now.
There is a very long process, which will be the oath of allegiance of the cardinals, of which there are 132 now. And we saw how long it took for the oath to for the conclave. I'm imagining it will take about that length for the oath of allegiance.
Well, and also, Liz, you had mentioned before, way before in our discussion, the Room of Tears, which has become very essential right now. So right now the new pope would have gone, or is it after?
I would think that the ballots are burned after. I think he's already, and I think that's one of the reasons why this is kind of a funny hour.
Right.
As it got to be past 5, I was thinking, well, I guess now we have to wait until 7. But I think this must have been the time that he spent in that Room of Tears thinking about preparing himself for what is look at that square, and that square is it's a microcosm of the millions, if not billions, who are watching, all of them fixed to see, some of them already Christians, Catholics, but other people who are really searching. And there is so much searching going on in the world. And I don't know how many of the people that I've been working with in the secular media circles who talk, well, I used to be Catholic, or I went to Catholic school, or I was an envoy, or I was this. But they somehow feel this moment is still their own. It's a funny thing about those sacraments, right, Father? It's like, hard to get rid of them. And so he's also the father to those people and to all the others who don't even know that they're orphaned yet. So
all the people we pray for and live for.
Exactly.
And there's also a real life need going on in the Room of Tears as well, because probably the tailors are very busy adjusting one of those cassocks to be able, for the new pope to be able to wear it until the loggia.
Oh, and don't forget the barber. They keep a barber back there just in case he needs like a shave and a trim or something. Like some of them show up scruffy for the conclave, they're not expecting it, so apparently they get a barber back there. Also sworn to secrecy.
But these are incredible moments, aren't they? You know? And what a surprise! We were sending out that report on looking at history, and here we are, the smoke billowing out, and here we are waiting now to see who the new pope will be.
Well, and as you mentioned, TJ, we had just heard in that archived interview. I remember where I was when Roncalli was elected. And now we will all remember where we were at that moment when this new pope was elected. I mean, we would have been here seeing these flags from South Korea, from Spain, from everywhere, from Serbia, from Croatia. It's amazing to see.
I'm old enough that I actually saw Papa Roncalli here in Rome at a general audience, yes. I came as a child and was brought to the audience, and there he was being carried in on the sedia gestatoria, and he really was the smiling, good Pope John. I mean, he was just so warm and loving.
Sure.
And as we're waiting for the moment when we will meet the new Pope for the first time, it's just a moment of reflection, I think, also, as we were talking before, the impact and what the significance means. And I mean, just thinking about, there will be one country, one group of people that are in the square thinking, that's someone from my country, or that's someone that I can, relate to, because it will be someone who is from potentially a country that's being represented right now with the flags waving.
Indeed. And the process begins when the official announcement in Latin is made that we have a new pope, and he appears on the balcony, offers his own words. Okay, we're going to go straight away here to Joe Tulloch, our co-worker and colleague here in the square. Joe, tell us about what it's like down there in the square. You're there among the crowds.
Was there a moment where you heard gasps? Was there a lot of surprise? Did you feel like people were shocked that the smoke happened right now?
How about yourself? Where were you when that smoke started coming out? Because I think many people were assuming it would be a little later when the smoke would come, whether white or black.
Well, amazing. And I mean, as you mentioned, there's still people running to the square, and there will be probably for a long time, Joe. I mean, because people will be flocking to see the new Pope coming.
Beautiful. And our camera work here, we were just zooming in on that balcony from where the new Pope will appear. Joe, tell us about, when you're explaining to people in the square, what's next, what's going to happen? I'm sure people are asking you, so what happens? The Pope's new elected, and then... And Joe, how about yourself? You're going to be there for us, aren't you? Or you're going to be staying there in the square?
Our eyes on the ground.
Fantastic. And you'll be telling all your friends about this experience you're having here right now in the future, I'm sure.
Well, thanks so much, Joe.
Thank you, Joe. We're going to be back with you very soon for more update on all happening in the square there. So, Monsignor Vitilla, tell us a bit about this experience for you now. I mean, this experiencing it live, the smoke coming out here, and now our great sense of anticipation for who the next Pope will be.
Well, it's just such a privilege to be here in Rome at this time, but also I probably felt closest to Pope Francis because I've served him in different ways, both as the in my work at Caritas Internationalis, and then also at the Secretary General of the International Catholic Migration Commission. I always used to say he's the best guru you could ever have to do public relations on migrants and refugees, and I don't have to pay him a thing, you know. So, and there were many times when I was able to meet him, and it was so beautiful an experience each time. So the emotions are more now than they were other times, because I loved the popes, but they were strange to me. I didn't know them so well. I met Pope John Paul II a couple times, but not as closely as working with Pope Francis. It's wonderful, it's exciting, and then it's a real privilege to be here at Vatican Radio and to have been part of our smoke watching together.
And it's now smoke warning, of course. So, and a severe smoke warning.
Exactly.
White smoke, that makes it even more severe, so to speak. But it's severe good news, I like to joke and say. But
And
I think it's going to be very nice. I'm very happy that I was here. And just when I was walking out the door, and I just thought, I don't want to be alone in this moment. This is a moment of ecclesia. This is the moment of people gathered together. I'm going to run back upstairs and knock on the door and see I'm so happy to be able to share this moment, and I love this view of the square and all of these people who are gathering together in really a tremendous sense of rejoicing. This is after our 9 days of mourning, after the shock of Pope Francis's death. We are rejoicing again, and that is very lovely for a beautiful, beautiful day in Rome.
Yeah, stunning. Actually, perfect weather, and I like to jokingly call this kind of weather severe good weather. It's just wonderful. It's sunny and brilliant, and of course, I remember in 2013 when Pope Francis was elected. It was during the evening. It was dark out, and it was still
Cold. Yes.
It rather
was
cold and wet
and rainy.
And the sun set later, but it was illuminated with the lighting in the square, and now the even improved lighting they have in the Basilica. It's stunning.
Yes.
The square and the facade, how they've renewed the lighting. But then it was illuminated by all the phones being held up and all. But here we have the brilliant sunlight illuminating all the people there in the square and growing in number. And, now, Dr. Lev, tell us a bit about, I was thinking, the central loggia of the Basilica, and even the history behind it of the popes appearing from that loggia, from that balcony, and giving their most solemn blessing, Urbi et Orbi, which the new pope will impart after he greets the crowds there, that solemn blessing to the city, in Latin, to the city and the world.
That's the first task. That's his first act, is to impart this blessing, because after all, he is the Pontifex Maximus. He is the bridge between heaven and earth. So today we'll see him in the facade of St. Peter's, and that facade, which was built in beautiful construction by Carlo Maderno from 1612. But even in some of the buildings in Rome, you might not recognize, actually have a loggia of benedictions. So there's a sort of strange side transept on St. John Lateran, because when the popes lived over there, that was where the pope would come out for the Orbi et Orbi blessing. Or even the church of San Marco in Piazza Venezia, where Pope Paul II lived. He also had a loggia of the benedictions placed into his, house/church/ because the popes weren't officially living in the Vatican. And then even, what it means to have the Pope on that balcony. If we were in the early 20th century, the first conclaves of the 20th century, there was no Pope on the balcony, because during the so-called Roman question, after the unification of Italy in 1870, during those conclaves, while the newly formed Italian state and the ousted papal state confined within the walls of the Vatican, their tensions between the two of them meant that they would hold the conclave, send out some smoke, but you had to wait in order to, you would not see the Pope appear in the square. And so when Pius XI appeared in that loggia, it was already a statement that things were about to change. So it's a very, very, very exciting moment. I remember, I think it was 2005, all the cardinals, when they first started to have lots and lots of cardinals, they were all trying to fit out on those openings of the balcony, and you were kind of looking at a couple of them like, that looks a little precarious.
Yes.
So let's hope they've worked out the placement, the placement out on the balconies this time.
Absolutely. Here we're seeing a long shot there, and crowds coming down the main avenue via the Conciliazione. There are security checks, of course, which is one reason that the crowds may kind of trickle in more than the running into the square. Unfortunately, it's absolutely necessary nowadays. So,
Sure, you could see them coming from the security.
so there's already a metal check, and also we have to ensure the safety and security of the square. So,
Well, and as we're seeing all this jubilation and excitement, sadly, we have to say goodbye to...
I'm like those sports stars that keep quitting and then coming back. I mean, you'll probably see me back in like another 15 minutes.
Yeah, you are welcome to come back.
Or a bit like a seagull coming in and around the kingdom.
I really like the sports star comparison better, but I'll handle some.
Okay.
Thank you so much once again. I'm so happy we got to share this moment together.
Thank you for being here with us.
Well, and as Liz mentioned before, you know, when we were talking about what is happening now, what takes so long, I mean, according to John Paul II, I believe his Apostolic Constitution, right, Universi Dominici Gregis, there's a process that's happening, and it starts with the rite of acceptance, which already happened, because that's when we know we get the white smoke, because the Pope, the man that was elected, had to say yes.
And has to sign and have it certified.
Exactly. So isn't that, I mean, it's beautiful, right? We always talk about free will in the Catholic Church. He could say no, but this means that whoever we will see on the loggia has agreed, has said yes to this. And as you can hear, the crowds are coming, and we see... the pontifical band are coming out, and the Swiss Guards, of course. There's always a traditional salute of the Vatican hymn or anthem to celebrate the occasion. It's part of the festivity of it, and we hear they're playing already, coming out all in full uniform. Well, it's special too because, you know, these last more than 2 weeks, we've had the Swiss Guards were present for certain things, but now they have a Pope once again that they are protecting. That is their role, that is their mission, right? To be where the Pope is, to protect him. And so this is extra special because now we see them coming out again to the piazza because we will have a Pope.
You know, I live with 21 other priests and residents, so all of us work in Curry. And we've been sharing at breakfast how hard it is in the morning when we're celebrating Mass, and there's always a prayer in the canon of the Mass for the Pope. And, you know, they now have to skip over that. And it's like your tongue doesn't stop. You know? So now we can pray once again for the Pope.
Exactly.
Well, our predecessor folks can pray for us.
Exactly.
Did you see in ways?
That I'm sure.
For sure.
So again, the bands here will be coming in and playing the anthems, the hymns when the Pope appears, just like the Urbi et Orbi on Easter or Christmas or solemn occasions.
That's right.
And so it's to be expected at this time, and we'll probably have another at least a half hour before earliest the Pope will appear from the Second Hour.
But also during this time too, there will be prayer too, and so the new Pope will be praying, but also the Cardinals will be praying in the council.
And we will all be praying as well. Everyone in the square will be praying around the world. All of you watching and listening from home, we join in prayer as well for this moment.
You can be sure even the new Pope hears all this in the background because it's a lot of strong sound that's coming up there and propagating into the areas there, in the buildings and just outside the loggia there as well. You can hear that. I know that from experience.
Right.
The sounds of the streets, the sounds of the square.
Well, and it must be a sign of, I mean, they must feel encouraged hearing the cheers, the music, because this is a big moment for anyone, and then to come out into the loggia and see thousands upon thousands of people. I mean, if public speaking is not your thing, that would be very intimidating. And so to hear the support of the band and the people clapping and cheering must be extra special for that person.
Absolutely, a huge encouragement as well, apart from the weight of the office and accepting and realizing the challenge, the immense challenge that we'll be taking on, and responsibility, but encouraged by what is the fanfare we're seeing and hearing in St. Peter's Square. And as I mentioned, the crowds are filtering in. There's a security check before that, but the square is slowly filling up there with people coming in last minute to be here. Of course, they're lucky they have time because we had about this almost 1 hour before the new Pope will appear. And so we see in the blue there the gendarmes, the Vatican gendarmes and the band they have there, and then of course the Swiss Guard in position. So
Well, and just again behind the scenes, looking back behind all the process that's happening, I think is so interesting to think we're seeing the crowds waiting, cheering, trying to keep spirits up while they wait the hour or more until we know who the Pope is. And I think, as we're talking about, prayer is also a central part of this aspect as well. I mean, before the Pope comes out, we see the first ceremony, the greeting, the Te Deum, where in the Sistine Chapel, after being dressed and saying yes, the Pope goes back to the Sistine Chapel and he takes a seat on a chair and a ceremony begins. And it's introduced with a greeting from the senior cardinal of the Order of Bishops, and then they read a passage from the Gospel, which, as we talked about with Liz and also Dr. O'Donnell, I mean, it grounds the mission of the Pope, the office of the Pope in the Gospel, in the message that Christ gave to Peter, feed my sheep, tend to my sheep. So I don't know, it's a really special moment, I think, when you look behind what's happening right now as we wait for the Pope.
And speaking of the ground,
just in the unbroken line of passing the authority and the responsibility, from Peter over the
And now, going on the ground there in the square, we have Sister Nina Krankic, who's from Croatia and is with us there in the square, and she works here at Vatican News and is going to share us tell us more about her own experience there in the square. Sister Nina, can you hear us? Sister Nina, you must have run out of the building there to get there in the square, because I mentioned the crowds coming in now there's got to be some bottleneck there, isn't there? So it must feel like a big party almost. I imagine in some ways, doesn't it?
Now the Italians are
and we can hear the bands there. We see the Italian Carabinieri band that's coming into the square as well. So I imagine it's adding to the festive atmosphere you're living there. Listen. Thanks for giving us that update there, and we look forward to connecting with you there again when possible. We know how it's a little tough with the cell signal there, given all the people communicating live on their cell phones and the networks there being a bit saturated. But thank you, and wonderful. And Sister Nina, by the way, this is your first experience of this type, isn't it? Your first conclave, and so it must be extra special for you. Alrighty, Sister Nina, thank you so much for sharing that with us, and we'll hope to touch base with you there shortly, okay? All right, in the meantime, good luck getting in the square there.
Well, and continuing as we mentioned before, the atmosphere, but also what we're seeing. You see the bands, Father, as you mentioned, now the Italians as well, coming up the stairs that we often saw the Popemobile drive up for general audiences. And shortly, we're not sure exactly when, but when the Pope comes out, there's a formula that is said in Latin. And for many of us, we might not have studied Latin in school. I mean, my Latin is quite rusty, so I don't know if maybe, Father, you know a bit more about what's going to be said, and for those who might not know, what is the formula? What is said?
Well, it says the proto-deacon, and it's Cardinal Monberti is the proto-deacon right now, will come out and say, I have an announcement of great joy, and then he says, we have a Pope, Habemus Papal. I saw some signs there and they didn't have the correct conjugation of Papa, but that's okay. The fact is, the news is and it's almost universal language now in terms of communicating the fact that,
And then after that, he announces the name.
The name, yes, in Latin. And so I'll tell you a funny story of that too. A friend of mine was in the square when Paul VI was elected, and he was standing. He's from the U.S. He was a student at the North American College, and no, it was when Paul II was elected, and he was standing next to an Italian woman, and they announced that the Pope was from Bologna, and this Italian woman crossed herself and said, "Grazie a Dio da Bologna."
Da Bologna.
That guy from Bologna.
Yes.
You can hear Bologna in Italian meaning Poland.
Yeah, it's tricky. If you don't know Italian or Latin, it might be a bit confusing. But no, it's extra special, and as you mentioned, I mean, I remember watching with some of my colleagues here at the start of this week some of the compilations from the Habemus Papams that we have video or audio of, which is only in the last, just over 100 years that we have video, and it's been really interesting because whether you know Latin or not, you know that phrase and you know what it means, and so it's a big signal to a new chapter in the church.
And I'm thinking that the last announcement was by Cardinal Jean-Louis Tournon, whom I worked with a great deal, and he made that announcement, and it was so good. And he's gone home to heaven, but I'm sure he's now rejoicing once again tonight.
That's right. I remember him very well when he was introduced Pope Francis, and I remember even hearing his name. I was wondering, and I looked it up very quickly because, as always, it's a surprise.
Right?
It's a surprise,
and you don't know, because we have such a list of people, and as we've said throughout this entire Smoke Watch, that it's the Holy Spirit that guides the decision, and so we don't know to that moment.
Here we see a formation of the Italian military bands,
Yes. Wow.
Guardia di Finanza, Carabinieri, and then of course the gendarmes, the Vatican Gendarmerie, their own band, and then we have the Swiss Guards all in position there we see. Usually at a point after the Pope appears, so there'll be a mutual salute of both national anthems
Here's
and hymns.
the retired
Papal preacher.
Papal preacher, and also then there's
Cardinal Raniero canta la messa, looking at his phone there, we see.
Technology.
And then Capuchin.
and also Cardinal Shalom from Boston.
So here we are. The bands are playing. Introduction here to the Vatican anthem. Oh no, the Italian.
The hymns, the songs will be going on until we hear that famous line of Habemus Papam, and we see the Pope come out of the balcony.
So notes from the Italian version. we just heard those, the Vatican hymn and then the Italian national anthem played. Mutual salute between the two groups of bands. And now the mutual salute and greeting of both. This is just like when we see at Easter and at Christmas during the Urbi et Orbi, when the Pope gives his blessing to the city and to the world. And before that, his Christmas or Easter message. So the bands are lined up there as we await the curtains to be pulled back there from the central loggia of St. Peter's Basilica there.
And even though the Holy See is a separate country, it's important for Italy to be involved in this too, because he's also the Bishop of Rome. So it's his flock is in Rome as well.
Actually, just now taking off my headphones to hear some of the ambient sound, you could hear kind of the craziness that's going on outside. You could hear helicopters, ambulances, fire trucks, everything. And so, even at the end of Via Cancellazione, where we are, you can hear the excitement and the festivities are happening outside.
I think some of that chimney smoke has gotten
to me, yes.
There's a lot of pollen in the air.
Yeah, definitely.
Allergy time. As we head into summer. But what a stunning view there. We have the sun just going down behind the facade of St. Peter's. It's always stunning, when it comes time to sunset there with the facade facing east, but then you're looking at the Basilica and the sun going down behind it. It's always so beautiful.
But everybody's eyes are on this.
Everybody's looking up, waiting for the doors to open and then the white curtains to be pulled back.
Well, and there's actually a story about what's happening right now. Again, the Room of Tears, the Pope, the new Pope getting dressed, and
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus Papam. Eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost, qui sibi nomen imposuit Leonem XIV.
So, the Pope is Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, who's taken the name of Leo XIV, Pope Leo XIV. Cardinal Prevost is an American, and he spent most of his ministry in Latin America, in Peru, and also in Paraguay. And he's an Augustinian father. He was the provincial in Latin America, and then became the Bishop of Chiclayo in Peru. And he then is also he became the Superior General of the Augustinian Fathers as well. He's now he's been the prefect of the dicastery for bishops.
We see the cardinal electors there appearing on the balcony there as well, with this joy and smiles on their face.
A great joy indeed, and well, it wasn't one of those Papa Dylan to say. What a great joy!
It's a wonderful joy, and he's from Chicago,
Yes.
Illinois.
Chicago.
Okay,
An American.
An American.
an American. I think that's a historic moment.
For sure.
Truly, truly historic.
and you can see all the cardinals on the different balconies there. For our radio listeners, you may not be able to see this, of course, but they're appearing on all the balconies to the left and right of the central balcony there. All of them clearly standing out with their red vestments and smiles, and
waiting to again for all of us to greet this new Pope as well.
The new Pope.
Which now we know his name.
Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, Augustinian, and has served as prefect of the dicastery for bishops. A native of Chicago, Illinois, in the United States.
Wow. And so, as we said before, you saw all the flags and everything out in the square, and now all the Americans are holding their flags.
Indeed. It's a historic moment. Who would have imagined?
Too, I'm sure. He spent
That's
most of his ministry in Peru.
Yeah, and that's a special thing, So he has a connection with multiple.
Experience
Exactly.
and this
Exactly.
continuation of evangelization mission of the church.
The priority, yeah. So you can see still they're like little pockets of red where all the cardinals are standing on the balconies.
And from our Vati drone footage, and seeing it from above there, it's a unique view, perched above in front of the facade and looking down at them as they're on the balconies there, awaiting now as the new Pope, as we mentioned there, Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost. And Pope Leo the 14th.
Pope Leo the
Pope Leo the 14th.
The 14th.
And of course, Leo the 13th was the great social reforming Pope for us.
He was the great social reformer.
Yeah, and he died in 1903, so it's still fairly recent in the grand scheme of things.
Was Pope Leo the one with Rerum Novarum?
Yes, exactly.
There you go, good memory.
From my seminary.
And then his successors wrote other encyclicals every 40 years afterwards.
So he started like a trend.
Yes, and it's really one of the constitutions of Catholic social ministry and Catholic
probably
social
I would say
doctrine.
a Pope needed for our times with all the social challenges the world has today.
Yes.
And he's, relatively young, 69 years old, born on the 14th of September, 1955, as we mentioned, in Chicago, Illinois, and so 69.
Well, and Father Paul, as you were just saying, I agree, and maybe Father Bob, you can really stress this point because you work in social work humanitarian, exactly,
integral human development.
This is an important aspect of the church.
The Catholic Catholic social teaching I think is important.
Very.
And it's often called the untold story of the church, or perhaps the hidden secret of the church. It has so much, and there's a lot of development.
And was one of the needs discussed by the cardinals during their congregations this last week too. So.
Exactly.
There's an American flag.
Flag there. People are thrilled about this.
Yeah, and there's quite a number of American students. Dr. O'Donnell was here, and he was going to be in the square with his American students. So you can imagine them cheering.
It'll be a treat for them, indeed. Yes.
I can imagine the scene. The house I live behind is the Basilica of St. Augustine, where we have also the tomb of St. Monica.
Yes.
So much beautiful church for all the Augustinians.
Yeah, very special day.
Yes.
Indeed, he. Looking at his biography in going back to more recent history, 1999, he was elected the provincial prior of the Mother of Good Counsel province in Chicago of the Augustinians, and after 2.5 years, the Ordinary General Chapter elected him Prior General of the Order of the OSAs. Ministry again entrusted to him in 2007 at their Ordinary General Chapter. And reading here, in October 2013, he returned to his province of Chicago to serve as teacher of the professed and provincial. He served as, and then let's see his roles there. In 3rd of November 2014, when Pope Francis appointed him apostolic minister of the Diocese of Chiclayo in Peru, where he served many years, and he was made a bishop there, and served there for many years. And then in March 2018, he became second vice president of the Peruvian Episcopal Conference. So working as a missionary there, missionary bishop as well in Peru. Here we're seeing these beautiful shots of the Batidrome there, of at the same level almost of those balconies, and all the cardinals kind of crowded in those balconies.
And they look like they have the same anticipation that we do.
Exactly. Any moment now, Pope Leo XIV will be appearing.
Pope Leo XIV.
Will be appearing from that balcony.
Well,
Leo XIV.
Looking again at his predecessor, well, the person he took the name from before, Leo the 13th. He actually, Pope Leo XIII had the third longest papacy, well, verified papacy that we know of, behind Peter, the apostle, and then John Paul II. So one from way back in church history and one from our very recent history.
Long live the Pope.
Exactly. No, and even on the screens now you can see a lot of people climbing up on the what are they? The lampposts in St. Peter's Square, craning, yes, just trying to get a good view of the new Pope.
And there we have the cardinals. These are the cardinal electors, right?
Right. The ones that helped make this decision.
Yes.
Which, since we had 133 cardinal electors, then we had to have a majority of 89 cardinal electors to vote for cardinal.
I found intriguing the fact that the voting takes place in the Sistine Chapel, where you have the last judgment.
Right.
So whatever you do, whatever you decide, that's between you and the Lord.
Yes.
Because the weight of the responsibility is so great. So very fitting, very telling, eh?
Well, and before you came in, Father Paul, Dr. Lislev was talking about the Pauline Chapel, and that's where the new Pope, now Pope Leo the 14th, when he will walk down this hallway in the chapel, and at the end of the chapel is an image of Peter crucified upside down, but the artist turned his head so that when the new Pope is walking down the hallway, Peter's eyes are falling.
Here we are.
Here we are.
Pope Leo XIV is now
Pope
appearing,
Leo XIV.
coming to the central loggia of the Basilica.
Very special moment.
Very special moment.
And here he is.
There he is,
And the applause going up, the greeting, the waving,
big
the
smiles.
smiles.
How amazing.
How amazing.
And Dr. Lislev was also talking about the symbolism of the red that he's wearing. You know, it is a sacrificial role, and that is the symbol of the cloth that he's wearing right now.
And we see this beautiful close-up view from the side there, at the same level as the loggia. Pope Leo XIV.
Pope Leo XIV.
Amazing. Smiling.
Smiling
and
Pope,
you can see who wouldn't be taken by the moment. And,
I think going through his mind, you know, the weight of
Yeah.
this responsibility.
Oh yeah. You can see it on his face.
You can see it on his face.
Amazing.
After this, you're never the same person.
No.
And we're hearing the bands below, the mutual salute of the anthems, the hymns of the Vatican hymn and the Italian national anthem, as we do traditionally with the Easter and Christmas, as we mentioned.
And after this, now Pope Leo XIV, he will give a greeting and impart his first apostolic blessing, the Urbi et Orbi, to the city and to the whole world.
So that blessing extends to everyone who is watching, everyone who is listening, your family, wherever you are. It's a great moment to prepare ourselves for this first blessing.
This most solemn blessing, you can just feel and see the emotion on his face.
Yeah.
And the crowds there gathered in St. Peter's Square, still arriving, we're being told, from the avenues surrounding the Vatican there, the streets and the...
So So just getting messages here, congratulations, God bless the Pope. And you can hear the chanting from the square.
Long live the Pope. Viva el Papa. Viva el Papa.
Viva el Papa.
And we're all silent now, awaiting his first words.
La pace sia con tutti voi. Fratelli, sorelle carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo saluto di pace entrasse nel vostro cuore, raggiungesse le vostre famiglie, a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi.
We're just hearing the first words of Pope Leo XIV. As he continues, we'll provide a summary here in just a moment as we listen to his words. He's asked everyone to, brothers,
Questa è la pace di Cristo risorto.
this is the peace
Una
of the risen
pace
Christ,
disarmata e una pace disarmante.
a peace that is
Umile
disarming
e
and
perseverante.
humble and persevering.
Proviene da Dio.
It comes from
Dio
God,
che ci ama a tutti
God who loves all of us
incondizionalmente.
without any limits and conditions.
Ancora conserviamo nei nostri orecchi
And
quella voce debole ma
we
sempre
still have
coraggiosa
the sound
di
in our
Papa
ears of that,
Francesco
the weak
che
voice of Pope
benediva
Francis,
Roma.
who is blessing Rome here. We have that fresh in our minds, in our hearts, in our ears, hearing his voice.
Il Papa che benediva Roma
The Pope who was blessing
dava la
Rome
sua benedizione al mondo,
and
al
giving his
mondo
blessing
intero
to the world
quella mattina del giorno di Pasqua.
on that morning, on that day of Easter Sunday.
Consentitemi di dar seguito a quella stessa
Allow me
benedizione.
to continue
Dio
that
ci
same
vuole
blessing.
bene. Dio vi ama tutti.
God loves everyone.
E il male non prevarrà.
Evil will not
Siamo
prevail.
tutti nelle mani
We
di
are all
Dio.
in the hands of God.
Pertanto, senza paura,
So without fear,
uniti,
united,
mano nella mano con Dio
hand in
e
hand,
tra di noi,
with God and among ourselves,
andiamo avanti.
we go forward.
Siamo discepoli di Cristo.
We are disciples of Christ.
Cristo ci precede.
Christ goes before us.
Il mondo ha bisogno della sua luce.
The world needs his light.
L'umanità necessita di Lui come
Humanity
il ponte
needs
per
him.
essere raggiunta da Dio e dal suo amore.
But as the bridge between God and his love,
Aiutateci anche voi, poi gli uni gli altri, a costruire i ponti
may we all
con il
build
dialogo,
bridges
con
with
l'incontro,
dialogue and
unendoci
encounter,
tutti per essere un solo
so that we can
popolo,
all be
sempre in pace.
one people, all in peace.
Grazie a Papa Francesco.
Thank you, Pope Francis, for all you've done. We're hearing the first words here of Pope Leo XIV, just elected Pope.
Voglio ringraziare anche tutti i confratelli
I'd like
cardinali
to also
che
thank my
hanno
brother cardinals
scelto me
who chose
per essere
me to
successore di
be the
Pietro
successor of
e
Peter
camminare insieme a voi
and to
come Chiesa
walk along
unita,
with you,
cercando sempre la pace, la
searching
giustizia,
all together for
cercando
peace and
sempre
justice,
lavorare come uomini
and working
e donne
together,
fedeli a Gesù
men and women
Cristo,
faithful to
senza
Christ,
paura,
without fear,
per proclamare
to
il Vangelo,
proclaim the
per
gospel,
essere missionari.
to be missionaries. Pope Leo offering these initial words, which we're just translating on the fly here.
Un figlio di Sant'Agostino.
I'm a son of Saint Augustine, and I'm an Augustinian.
Che ha detto, con voi sono cristiano e per voi vescovo.
With you I am a Christian, and for you I am
possiamo
a bishop.
tutti camminare
So
insieme
may we all
verso quella
walk
patria
together towards that,
la quale Dio ci ha preparato.
to the place that God has prepared for us. May we walk together,
Alla
accompany each other.
Chiesa
To the Church
di Roma,
of Rome,
un saluto speciale.
a special greeting. As Bishop of Rome, of course, a special greeting.
Dobbiamo cercare insieme come essere
We've
una
got to
chiesa
look
missionaria,
at how we can together be a
una
missionary
chiesa
church,
che costruisce i ponti,
a church
il
that builds
dialogo,
bridges,
sempre aperta a ricevere,
that is
come
always
questa
open
piazza con le
to
braccia
receive
aperte a tutti,
everyone,
tutti coloro
just like
che
in
hanno
this square,
bisogno
to receive
della
everyone,
nostra
to welcome
carità, la
everyone,
nostra presenza,
our charity,
il dialogo,
our
l'amore.
dialogue and love.
Y se me permiten también una palabra, un saludo.
And now, a greeting in Spanish. Please allow me here to
A todos aquellos, y en modo particular a mi querida diócesis de Chiclayo en el Perú,
So to all of you, but especially to the people of my diocese of Chiclayo in Peru,
donde un pueblo fiel ha acompañado a su obispo, ha compartido su fe y ha dado tanto para
where we
seguir
had such faithful
siendo
people accompanying
iglesia
the
fiel de
bishop, and we
Jesucristo.
had such faithful
A
people
tutti voi,
helping the
fratelli e
bishop.
sorelle di Roma, d'Italia, di tutto il
To
mondo,
all of you,
vogliamo essere
the people
una
of Rome
chiesa
and of Italy,
sinodale, una chiesa che cammina, una chiesa che
we need
cerca
to be a
sempre la
synodal
pace,
church, a
cerca
church that's a
sempre la
pilgrim,
carità, cerca
that
sempre di
shows
essere
charity
vicino,
always,
specialmente a coloro che soffrono.
and especially is charitable to those who are suffering.
Oggi
Today,
il giorno della supplica alla Madonna di Pompei.
today is the day of praying to the
Nostra
Madonna of
Madre
Pompeii.
Maria vuole sempre camminare con noi, stare
Our
vicino,
Blessed Mother Mary always
aiutarci
wants to
con
be
la sua
close to us.
intercessione e il suo amore.
She always
Allora
wants to
vorrei pregare
intercede for us
insieme a voi.
through her love.
Preghiamo insieme
So
per questa nuova
let
missione,
us pray together
però
for
per
this new
tutta la
mission,
Chiesa,
for
per la
all of the
pace
church,
nel mondo.
for peace in the
Chiediamo
world,
questa grazia speciale.
that she will
di
help
Maria,
us get
nostra
give us a
madre.
special grace, our mother.
Ave Maria, piena di grazia,
Hail Mary,
il
full of
Signore è
grace,
con
the
te.
Lord is with you.
Tu sei benedetta fra le
You are
donne,
blessed among
e
women,
benedetto è il frutto del
and
tuo
blessed is
seno,
the fruit of
Gesù.
your womb, Jesus.
Santa Maria,
Holy
Madre
Mary,
di Dio,
Mother of God,
prega per noi peccatori,
pray for us sinners,
adesso e nell'ora
now
della
and at the
nostra
end hour of our
morte.
death.
Amen.
Amen.
Pope Leo XIV there.
Pope Leo XIV, very interesting. A few themes coming out already there from his first piece, talking about peace.
Indeed, saying a greeting of peace. May my greeting of peace enter into your hearts and reach your families. All people, wherever you are, all peoples of the entire planet. May peace be with you. God's peace be with you, he said. And here we see him in his, after having given that opening and beautiful words.
Continuing
to all.
also the message of Pope Francis, where he even said in Spanish and Italian, tutti, tutti,
Il
tutti,
Santo
todos.
Padre Leone, a tutti i fedeli presenti
And so
And the
Pope,
Holy
e a
Father Pope
quelli che
Leo, and
ricevono la
to
sua
all people
benedizione
in
a
the
mezzo
square
della
and all
radio,
receiving
della televisione
are
e delle
hearing this
altre tecnologie
through
di
new technology,
comunicazione,
online, everywhere.
concede l'indulgenza
Offers
plenaria
his,
nella forma
the
stabilita
plenary
dalla
indulgence
Chiesa.
and the formula established by the
Preghiamo
Church.
Dio
We pray
Onnipotente
to Almighty God
perché conservi a
that-
lungo il
that he
Papa a
may
guida della
keep the Pope
Chiesa e conceda
and
pace e
protect him
unità alla Chiesa
and
in
guide the
tutto
Church
il mondo.
and the entire world. Now he'll give this most solemn blessing to the entire world, to all of you joining us.
to everyone.
So we now prepare ourselves to receive this solemn blessing wherever we are, at home, in your car, at work, wherever you are.
Sancti Apostoli Petrus et Paulus, de quorum potestate et auctoritate confidimus,
So
ipsi intercedant pro nobis ad
the
Dominum.
holy apostles Peter
Amen.
and Paul,
Precibus et meritis Beate Mariae semper Virginis,
and we
Beati
also pray
Michaelis
to the
Arcangeli,
Blessed Mary,
Beati Ioannis Baptiste,
to
et Sanctorum Apostolorum
Saint
Petri et
John-
Pauli et omnium Sanctorum, misereatur vestri omnipotens Deus, et dimissis omnibus peccatis vestris, perducat vos Iesus Christus ad vitam aeternam. Indulgentiam, absolutionem et remissionem omnium peccatorum vestrorum, spatium vere et fructuose penitentiae, cor semper penitens, et emendationem vitae, gratiam et consolationem Sancti Spiritus, et finalem perseverantiam in bonis operibus tribuat vobis omnipotens et misericors Dominus. Amen. Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maniat semper.
And we just heard the blessing there, received the blessing there of Pope Leo XIV to the world, to the city, this most solemn blessing to all of us and all of you listening and watching out there.
What is interesting, he is smiling, and I found very touching the fact that he made reference to his former diocese in Peru and spoke to them in Spanish. Very, very touching moment, and how they are thanking them for how they accompanied him. And so, from this moment, I think we all accompany the new Holy Father with our prayers and support.
And once again, he asked, just like Pope Francis did before, he asked for continued prayers. You know, this is a heavy task, as we all noted before, and he continues to ask all of us for prayers and also for the intercession of Our Lady on the special feast day.
and he asked us especially to be bridge builders, as he is the pontifex, the bridge builder as well, that we should all be building bridges, both here in the Diocese of Rome, in Italy, and throughout the world, and that we should build that on fraternity and on solidarity and on dialogue. So many times Pope Francis told us the same. There have been false debates, I think, in leading up to this about unity and diversity and things, but he's made it clear that he's looking for us to be united, but also to be the bridge builders and to bring about peace in the world through
We've seen this stunning footage, or this video, Vati drone there going close to the balcony and seeing, I think the first time unique images like this up close. The new Pope.
There's about 100,000 people we're getting in this square right now who are seeing Pope Leo XIV for the first time.
Here's Sister Pimentel from the border of Texas and Mexico that Pope Francis, she spoke to him when he was there.
It's amazing, all the people who are appearing in the square now, and the connections they had present and past. Again, quite a novelty, an American Pope. And here he is waving, and again, once again, you can see the emotion and sense of responsibility,
the weight of the office.
Well, and this is a beautiful view, seeing from inside the loggia, looking out, what he would see. As he waves to the crowds.
It's a very interesting place there. I don't know if you remember, we used to do the commentaries from that place.
Indeed, commentary positions behind, off to the side of that big hall.
And so, with humility and grace, we have just heard from our Holy Father. From the heart of the Church, he extends a message of peace, of unity, of hope, a fatherly embrace to all people of goodwill. This sacred moment marks a new beginning, not only for the See of Peter, but for the faithful across the world. A new successor has stepped into the sandals of the fisherman. A new voice has echoed here in the balcony of St. Peter's Basilica, answering that timeless call from Jesus to feed my sheep. For generations to come, this moment will be remembered. It is a moment of joyful tears, reverent silence, and deep spiritual renewal. A reminder that Christ's promise to his church remains ever alive. Across continents and cultures, this announcement has pierced hearts and uplifted souls. It reminds us that we are one body, united in our faith, under one shepherd, Christ, now guided by the earthly shepherd, entrusted to lead in his name. The Church has always stood firm through the centuries because it is Christ who builds it, and in every age he raises up a man willing to serve, to lead, to carry the cross, and to love as he loved. This election is not merely ceremonial, it is spiritual. It is divine providence unfolding before our very eyes. A silent upper room moment has become a global Pentecost, stirring the hearts of millions with renewed hope. As the bells continue to ring and hymns of praise rise like incense, one truth remains clear. The Church is alive. The Holy Spirit has spoken, and a new mission begins. With a father's heart and apostolic courage, the new Pope now takes up the keys of Peter, not for power, but for service, not for prominence, but for the salvation of souls. What lies ahead will unfold with time, but for this moment we remain in awe. Our hearts are full, our eyes are lifted upward, and our spirits are united in prayer. Thank you so much for being part of this sacred and unforgettable occasion. It has been our deep privilege to accompany you as history, faith, and grace all converge in such a powerful way. I'm Maura Murphy, Special Correspondent for Shalom World News. Let us entrust our new Pope to the loving care of our Blessed Mother, that he may walk closely with her Son and shepherd the Church with wisdom, humility, and unwavering faith. May the Lord bless him. May he bless us all, and may this new chapter in the life of the Church bear abundant fruit for the glory of God. Thank you for joining us. Let us continue in prayer and celebration. God bless you. Shalom.
Habemus Papam. We have a pope. White smoke rises, joy fills the church. A new shepherd is chosen, called by God to lead with love, truth, and courage. Let us unite in thanksgiving and prayer. Lord Jesus Christ, thank you for our new Holy Father. Strengthen him with grace, fill him with wisdom and compassion, and guard him beneath our Blessed Mother's mantle. May he lead us to you, be a light to the nations, a rock for the church, and a witness to the gospel. From every corner of the world we pray, Viva il Papa, long live the Pope.
This is Shalom World News.